Agriculture together did eliminate the possibility of any bloc led by the export fraction, either with the working class or without it. Together, the two older fractions could compensate politically for their lost economic preeminence while attempting to reconstitute a domestic market strategy so as to regain that preeminence. The first step in such a program was already discernible in the Esplanade Circle. Heavy industry's opposition to both labor and exports was leading it to return to Landwirtschaft. Industrialists affiliated with the DNVP had always opposed cooperation with organized labor and urged that nationally linked industry and agriculture pull together. For their part, agricultural leaders within the Zentrum had also rejected cooperation with labor in favor of national and agriculture-friendly industry. 73 Both of these viewpoints were shut out by the Grand Coalition, but in the immediate aftermath of defeat Riesk was able to console the losers that industry and agriculture will soon again assume a united stand on the great questions of German economic policy. Industry never burned its bridges. Indeed, what aid to agriculture was forthcoming between 1928 and 1930 was directed to the estate owners in substantial contradiction to avowed RDI policy. 74 Even during periods of conflict over trade legislation, the fractions worked on problems of joint concern. Agriculture cooperated with heavy industry in its 1928 attempts to reform and dismantle the generous unemployment insurance structure, and both undertook an offensive against production taxes, two areas where their interests run entirely parallel. 75 Among the fruits of this effort was rural support for the Ruhr lockouts in October. By 1930 the alliance between heavy industry and agriculture was building steam. Acknowledging the changed economic picture, the Ruhr und Rhein Journal urged its readers to support higher grain tariffs and the abandonment of most favored nation treaties. In the aftermath of the Young Plan the two fractions launched a united offensive. Again the Langnamverein led the way, since the acceptance of the Plan Agriculture and Indus. Tri have both experienced disappointment that the long-promised easing of their burdens has remained so many pretty words. Instead, new burdens have been placed on their shoulders, so that the economic demands of both have become one. For that very reason, industry appreciates the special demands of agriculture and will never again raise objections to their being taken into account. 76. Heavy industry's renewed alliance with agriculture implied both a stepped-up attack on organized labor and a split with the RDI leadership, so long as that leadership was dominated by the liberal Duisberry-Kastel group. Ideologically, the attack on labor assumed the form of a defense of the producers against the demands of the consumers. During precisely the same month that the RDI published its rural reform program, heavy industry found a new way to attack the still rising wage rate. For political reasons, the urban population has been living above the level the economy can afford, and agriculture has been footing much of the bill. The theme was repeated often with Riesk providing the definitive statement, it is unjustified to call tariffs a burden on the consumer. One could argue that only if one assumed the right of the consumer to claim goods at unhealthily low world market prices way below production costs and the duty of the German agricultural producer to sell without regard to increased wages, taxes, interest, and social costs and without any hope of turning a profit or merely breaking even at prices way below pre-war levels. We have for years been putting too much emphasis on the rights of consumers while completely ignoring the profitability of both agricultural and industrial producers. It is high time to emphasize strongly the duties of the consumer toward national production. 77 Cooperation between agriculture and heavy industry was furthered by the end of the Duisberry-Kastel regime at the RDI in September 1931. The new RDI leader's attendance at joint meetings was appreciated, particularly when he called for the clearing up of a series of accumulated misunderstandings on both sides in such a way that we can appear united in our demands. While Krupp himself continued to oppose agriculture's calls for import quotas, others to his right added this very demand to the united call for entrepreneur-friendly economic, social conflicts between agriculture and industry. 205. And foreign policies. Those furthest right like Jacob Reichert of the Wiedersee were pleased that they could sense a return to the old tradition which already in Bismarck's time brought together the two most solid and stable economic branches, agriculture and heavy industry. 78. In order better to persuade industry to make the requisite economic sacrifices on its behalf, organized agriculture augmented its already strident attacks on the organized working class. 79 and its parliamentarism. As we noted in Chapter 2, agrarian spokesmen had warned industry in 1926 against any opening to the unions, and they now delighted in reminders of the priority of financial and social policies over trade policy. In an interesting reversal, industry was now charged with having been selfish, short-sighted, and oblivious to the national interest during the period of class compromise and collaboration. Von Miguel of the Property Owners League had warned Riesk of the consequences of an industry-agriculture split. In an analysis which could almost have been written by Eugen Varga, he maintained that a split between industry and agriculture can only have one consequence, the certain victory of social democracy. Not the victory of Bolshevism, which could precipitate a rapid reaction, but rather the victory of a specifically German, Philistine welfare democracy which would only meet its end after having taxed private capital completely away and having spent it all on social welfare. The shared responsibility of industry and agriculture for the preservation of the capitalist economic and moral order far outweighs whatever differences exist between the two. We must build a tightly knit front against the assault of collectivism. 80 Agriculture's representatives realized that despite the economic manhandling they had undergone and their own limited options, the overall conjuncture could allow them to become a worthwhile, if not 206/ hegemonic, bloc partner once again. The continuing economic strength and political opposition of the dynamic export fraction of industry was yet to be overcome, but agriculture could be certain of a friendlier hearing in 1931 and 1932 than at any time since 1925. As the industrial depression spread to encompass the processing and export industries, including the AVI branches, agriculture's old argument about the potential of the domestic market began to make more sense. Hindenburg had been sympathetic to this position all along, and as the Reichspräsident's influence grew in 1931 and 1932, he and the military provided the National Bloc additional support, 81 which they generally reciprocated. In opposition to the RDI's rural reform program, agrarian representatives argued that Schiele's program would expand the domestic market by 50%. Riesk concurred in seeing the export market as saturated, whereas precisely its underdevelopment points to the great market possibilities of Landwirtschaft, then and in the future. Fritz Springorum went even further, contending that agriculture is of decisive importance for the recovery of our economy. And the adage is true, when the peasant has money, everyone can be satisfied. 82 And if one accepted the Green Front position that the domestic market could compensate for lost exports, that agriculture could prosper if provided the protection necessary to develop its potential, then the circle was closed and the logic of the imperial Sammlung Block's protectionism restored. In the new context, however, a certain autarky was unavoidable, since, according to a DVP analyst, increasing exports would require imperialism, which Germany in its current powerlessness is just not up to. 83 By early 1932, the National Bloc could claim, as Schiele did, that everything points in the direction of the domestic market, 6 million unemployed, the collapse of exports and of the banks, the lack of foreign exchange, and sharpened international tensions. 84 Industrial combinations, especially the AVI, were challenged to restructure their prices so as to benefit rather than hamper the domestic market and hamper rather than benefit Germany's competitors and enemies. All this might have worked if only German agriculture, particularly the estate owners, had not been quite so hopeless. But even in the eyes of its political supporters in heavy industry, estate production had proven itself to be a bottomless pit. Further, there was another drawback to agrarian resurgence. Somewhere between 1930 and 1932, the rural elite of estate owners had lost the ability to deliver the peasantry. The rural integration/dependence mechanism had broken down, and without the ability to carry the peasants along in their wake, the rural elite could not hope to speak in the name of the nation. 85. Because of the stalemate between the liberal bloc and the national bloc and between the export and domestic orientations, 1932 witnessed a recapitulation of the strategies and conflicts of the previous half-decade. During the first third of the year, Brüning continued his fruitless attempt to reconcile the two opposing perspectives. In the middle third, Papen tried to implement the radical protectionist program based on import quotas. In the abbreviated final third, Schleicher sought to resurrect the liberal bloc's program under exclusion of the rural elite. In each case the unity of state policy was noteworthy for its absence. 86 The economics minister and agriculture minister, for example, did constant open battle. There was, however, one distinct difference between the form of this conflict in 1932 and its previous form. Increasingly, political struggle had been replaced by the open conflict of interest groups, and by 1932 there was little pretense to the former. The links between representatives and represented had been so weakened that the bourgeois parties, when they bothered to speak at all, did so as mouthpieces for the corporate economic interests that dominated them. Both the world market camp and the autarka camp entertained anti-parliamentary and generally anti-republican political positions. Indeed, the capitalist classes had been organizing politically around variants of such a position vis-à-vis the organized working class and Sozialpolitik. In regard to a trade or economic policy, however, division was far from overcome. Out of this there did develop a strategy. 208/ To organize and control agricultural production, one that could prove acceptable to both fractions of industry as well as to the rural elite. Before examining the fourth strategy, organization and cartelization, and the fifth strategy, subsumption through imperialism, we need to examine how the export and protection strategies were recapitulated in 1932. Each of the two was juxtaposed to the practice of the other, i.e., the export strategy was put forward in opposition to the Papen-Braun practice of extreme protectionism and assistance to the estate owners, while the protectionist strategy was articulated in opposition to Schleicher's program of facilitating exports at the expense of the estate owners. 87 Papen's autarky program was so one-sided and unacceptable that the fragmented dynamic branches united in opposition to it. Kastel argued that Papen's measures would wipe out most of Germany's foreign trade overnight. Autarky for Germany means impoverishment, and an impoverished populace could not buy agriculture's goods. By helping to restore international trade assist agriculture, not by quotas and bans. 88 So long as the export sector continued to absorb more than twice the industrial production absorbed by the rural sector, it could rely on some support for its position from heavy industry. Speaking for the entire RDI, Krupp and Associates told the Green Front that autarky would destroy all the accomplishments of the past century. We must discuss and plan our policies together before going to the public. Import quotas would imply the abandonment of every one of our treaties. Under no circumstances can industry do without the most favored nation system. This system was the basis for the immense growth of German industry. A general quota system will bring down the protest and wrath of the whole world. 89 Hundreds of regional manufacturers' associations and chambers of commerce telegraphed their opposition to import quotas to both Papen and Hindenburg. Needless to say, the dynamic, export, and AVI industries were most incensed and vociferous in their opposition. Yet even so outspoken a representative of heavy industry and the domestic market orientation as Riesk found that he could not mince his words in rejecting the Papen program. Our friendship for agriculture cannot go so far that we just sit by as the government gives in to its boundless demands, thereby severely damaging our export industries. Precisely because we here in the Ruhr have always stood and worked for an understanding with agriculture, a strong word from us now is bound to have a positive effect on agriculture and make an impression on the government. 90 It was, in part, its unmediated reflection of industry's positions that totally vitiated the DVP's popular appeal. True to its acquired status, the DVP's 1932 pronouncements on agriculture were indistinguishable from those of major industrial spokesmen. 91 Although both wanted to support Papen for his anti-labor and anti-parliamentary stands, they could not do so because of his agricultural program. To the public much of this must have appeared a zigzag course. Autarky was for a long time a tainted term. To Western scholars it implied preparation for war, or at least a bellicose attempt to shut the nation off from normal international commerce and intercourse. Autarky or, in more genteel terms, self-sufficiency is, however, the normal response of states whose economies lie one level below the summit of strength in the world capitalist system. 92 Today, one is even inclined to view sympathetically such a policy on the part of new states. In numerous respects, Weimar Germany, because of its capital dependence and penetration by the United States, was such a one level below state, despite its immense industrial plant. In light of both subsequent events and the political, moral, and economic bankruptcy of the estate-owning class Schiele represented, it is difficult to muster any sympathy for his defense of autarky. If, however, Schiele had been a progressive, how would one judge his statement that we call for a point of view beyond that of simple business covering only immediate interests? Staatswille, not the old recipes of liberalism, can beat the crisis. 93 Clearly, the interests of Germany's dominant economic 210 classes had become so fragmented that none of them could even purport to incorporate and represent the national good. Before that could happen, the interests of the three dominant fractions would have to be harmonized or at least reduced to an acceptable lowest common denominator, a broad minimum to include the most basic needs of each, giving no one undue advantage. The Schiele-Papen autarky program proved unworkable and unacceptable to too much of industry. Since the regime also lacked a mass base, it could do little to defend itself, and it was replaced at the end of November by General Schleicher, who set about searching for both a program and a popular base. 94. During his brief tenure, Schleicher attempted to reverse both the balance within the bloc of dominant classes and between the dominant and subordinate classes. In the former realm he sought to abandon the estate owners and adopt a left Keynesian pump priming, export-oriented, and dynamic program. In the latter arena he searched for a mass base in the unions, Strasser's Nazi left, and, perhaps, even the SPD, while holding out the promise of massive public works, peasant settlement programs, and a possible reparliamentarization of political life. Whether these initiatives were real, as most on the right feared they were, or simply a lure into a social military dictatorship is not crucial here. 95 So far as the three dominant fractions were concerned, Schleicher's proposals constituted a volte-face. Instead of relying on the RLB as Papen had done, Schleicher broke all contact with them. 96 For export interests, the abandonment of Papen's policies meant the retention of 1 billion RM worth of exports, 700 million RM in wages and salaries, and over 500,000 workplaces. Agriculture would recover through increased urban purchasing power. 97 Schleicher's lifting of the rural debt moratorium and prohibition on auctions threatened many an estate owner and was justified on grounds suggested by the DIHT and Carl Siemens. Continuation would threaten the basic principles of economic life. 98 Silverberg amplified the charges against the agrarians program in early January 1933 and went on to hint at acceptable alternatives related to his earlier proposals. German industry did everything humanly possible for agriculture. The rural organizations accomplished pure political agitation. It was a major mistake of the Brüning government. This opened the way to the subversion of the sanctity of contract, the very basis of economic life. Were an attack on civil law, private contracts, the very rule of law. And during the last 4 months, the near ruin of the Bank for Industrial Obligations. All this while agricultural production and distribution remained planless and not uncorrupt. Production cartels might be a vast improvement. 99 Most of the dynamic fraction of industry supported Schleicher's efforts, heavy industry was wary of the possible reparliamentarization of politics and forthcoming concessions to the working class. Since Schleicher failed, however, to co-opt the left wing of the NSDAP and win the cooperation of the ADGB, these latter fears proved premature. There was nothing tentative about the threat to the rural elite, and its opposition was immediate and unrestrained. During a crucial visit to Hindenburg, several rural leaders elicited his agreement that so long as we are concerned with exports, agriculture cannot be saved, and we must return to the quota policy of von Papen. Public order cannot be maintained. 100 As indicated earlier, the agrarian onslaught against Schleicher was crucial to his dismissal by Hindenburg and replacement by the Hitler-Papen government. Undoubtedly, the reduction of politics to the struggle among interest groups and, by the end of 1932, to that among mere cliques contributed to the disproportionate influence exercised by the rural elite. The loss of much of their peasant base led the estate owners to ally themselves with those who had won over so many of the peasants. Their link to the peasants. 212/ Nevertheless remained much more efficacious than any link between the industrial fractions and their own former electoral supporters. To the very end, the agrarians remained a party in a sense not applicable to the industrialists and in a manner that constantly enabled them to receive attention beyond their economic due. 101 For the rest, the policy shifts of 1932 were less a demonstration of the autonomy of the state apparatus during moments of crisis than they were an indicator of the fragmentation of the dominant classes. The program to cartelize agricultural production was related to the campaign for modernization, but its emphasis lay elsewhere. Not fitness for competition but rather organization was its keystone, organization to transcend questions of tariffs, market competition, and subventions. The tariff approach was too divisive, the subvention approach too costly. 102 By fits and starts, initiatives to cartelize agricultural production sprang from several quarters. From their first peacetime appearance, such schemes seemed to present a way out of the rural dilemma, but most of industry was initially unprepared to grant agriculture what it had created for its own production, a form of advanced organized capitalism that might be called capitalist socialization, featuring production and marketing quotas, price fixing, and self-policing. For their part, agriculture's representatives had regularly expressed the willingness to accept almost anything that would manifest itself in better margins and higher land values. 103 A nascent or inchoate form of cartelization program was mixed in with the protectionist demands of the Green Front already in early 1929. Besides subventions, credits, and tariffs, they called for stabilized domestic prices, better storage facilities, and a grain advisory board. 104 Although the monopoly industries were later to change their positions, these first rural calls were opposed by almost all industrial groups. In February 1930, Riesk still believed that a grain monopoly, with state involvement, would be dangerous for the entire private economy, especially coal and iron, setting undesirable precedents for state intervention, and that it would be better to make selective tariff concessions. 105 Wilmosky cautioned sympathetic industrialists that grain producers feared that only a grain monopoly can prevent a price collapse. The exporters must understand that their behavior drives agrarian leaders to advocate a monopoly moot as national by the SPD. 106 The last legislative act of the Grand Coalition was, in fact, to establish such a grain monopoly board in March 1930. The bill passed thanks to the cooperation of the SPD and DNVP. Once again, the SPD was in the forefront of actions to stabilize capitalism, whereas the DDP, Wirtschaftspartei, Zentrum, and part of the DVP were not yet ready for such a program, one both liberal capitalists and the middle stand opposed. Subjectively, of course, the SPD and the agrarian DNVP supported the bill for very different reasons, the SPD to establish public control, rationalization procedures, and price stability in a vital area, the DNVP simply to guarantee high prices. As indicated elsewhere, the outcome of this alliance was not what the SPD had anticipated. 107. Soon thereafter, the SPD let itself be forced out the government, and the deparliamentarization of German politics accelerated. As the agricultural depression deepened and other strategies bogged down in stalemates, industrialists took the initiative in formulating their own versions of agricultural cartelization. In need of advice, however, the RDI invited Fritz Botha to deliver a series of lectures on rationalizing and organizing rural production. Sometimes it takes a socialist to put the best capitalist minds at ease and to work. In July 1929, Botha assured an ambivalent RDI that the central management of the grain trade corresponds to actual developments along the lines of existing monopolies and concern. Only market regulations could stabilize supplies and production, as many industrialists knew. The producers and consumers are moderate. Agreement was possible and would be preferable, he felt, to the disruptive pattern of fluctuations and intolerable tariffs with which Germany was burdened. 108. Some of the liberal exporters were not as advanced in their capitalist thinking as Botha. Ham and some of the AVI representatives, for example, still took the free market seriously, and just as they were unhappy with the treatment they received at the hands of the industrial cartels, they feared the creation of yet another massive one. They were ostensibly anxious over the threat of a socialist coercion economy, but what they really feared was an erosion of their economic and political position and a gain in agriculture. 109. This anxiety did not apply to the largest exporters, some of whom, like IG Farben, were leaders of the dynamic fraction of industry. And it was IG Farben which first promoted a new attitude toward agricultural production. In an article on the errors of liberalistic land politics, one of that trust's spokesmen wrote, "Directly or indirectly, the state today exercises a certain economic sovereignty and must intervene in the private economy, even when no socialistic tendencies motivate it. The state has to assume many responsibilities. One of them being economic sovereignty over the land economy in order to assure maximally rational production and distribution of its products." 110. The specifics of such a program, however, were yet to be provided. How and under what conditions would state-directed cooperatives shepherd or control both peasant and estate production? Around what principles would distribution of the product take place? It should not be surprising that a representative of the dynamic fraction proposed a program which might guarantee agriculture a certain prosperity but which would undoubtedly render it more dependent, both as an economic sector and as a political fraction. As they had already done for industry, so now rural cartels would overcome the fragmentation of private property and the unbearable competition of the market. Offering peasants and estate owners fixed prices for their products and guaranteeing them some profit would nullify their objections to being controlled. The state would help set agricultural production levels and support prices, in a way it certainly did not do for industry, because agricultural producers could not be expected to enforce discipline on their own. The mechanism of the cooperatives notwithstanding, the diffuseness of rural production, the sheer number of producers, and the nature of the family peasant mode of production all militate against the possibility of self-regulation. The specifics of such a program were articulated by Karl Bosch of IG Farben so as to cause minimal disruption of German exports and trade treaties. Other specifics were enunciated by Max Schlenker of the Langnamverein so as to elicit maximum possible support from the estate owners. The conflicts between these two industrial fractions had by no means come to an end in 1932, and their resolve somehow to organize rural production itself had to be mediated, had to assume a form acceptable to both. The forum for this mediation was the Central European Economic Congress, and the program was one of economic domination, imperialism. 111. Schlenker signaled a major step when his assistants announced we must transcend not only slogans like autarky versus exports but also that of free economy versus planned economy. The market for agricultural products must be thoroughly organized and the experience of industry in this area must be drawn upon and applied rationally and reasonably to agricultural relations. Those cartel-type measures industry has utilized can be effective for limiting agricultural imports. without constantly bringing us into conflict with our best foreign trading partners. They should be so constructed that help for agriculture has no disruptive effect on industry or vice versa. 112 The dynamic fraction's more demanding version of rural cartelization was presented by Karl Bosch in a speech before the Chemical Industries Association. In this version the cartel would be international, imports would be controlled through bi- and multilateral agreements but not really limited. The onus would lie on domestic producers to produce only as much of a given product as could be absorbed by the market at preset prices. Future quota allotments would be set by a new state organ on the basis of past performance and production, and marketing cooperatives would be empowered to recommend exclusion of inefficient producers. Prices and production quotas would be set by 216 an unspecified central board, only some of whose representatives would be agricultural producers. Basic principles of the entire arrangement were a better adaptation of agricultural production to consumer demand and the facilitation of trade treaty negotiation. 113 Bosch's avowed goal was a renaissance of international trade. Such a plan might spell far greater difficulties for the grain-producing estate owners than they had hitherto experienced. Toward the end of 1932, cartelization, in various forms, became increasingly attractive to those industrialists who themselves were involved in such operations and who had learned that organization might succeed where competition failed. 114 The key position was occupied by IG Farben, which was almost unique in being a linchpin of both the dynamic export fraction and the mono-oil sector of industry. 115 Nevertheless, there remained a very substantial number of smaller export industries which opposed this type of strategy, and it was partly owing to their opposition that these proposals were not yet fully developed by the end of 1932. Flens, 2. The recapitulation during 1932 of past struggles within the export/protection paradigm. The smaller export industries were themselves not particularly fond of cartels and would certainly withhold their support from any cartel for agriculture until they could be convinced that their own competitive position would not suffer either on account of higher production costs or foreign retaliation. The fear of increased production costs and reduced competitiveness prompted the usually friendly Frankfurter Zeitung to criticize Bosch's proposal. The voice of the AVI industries regretted that the erstwhile policies of rationalization and cost reduction had been abandoned in favor of monopolistic cartel politics which would protect the agrarians at the expense of both labor and the middle stand in industry and commerce. That control of the market which has been attained in the industrial sector to the detriment of the economy as a whole now appears in the offing as the recipe for diverting the agrarians from their export-damaging quota demands and aligning them with the monopoly front, which would thereby achieve an extraordinary and dangerous increase in its power. 116 The representatives of the smaller export industries shared Bosch's concern with the renaissance of international trade but doubted that they and the agrarians could both be part of it. 117 Indeed, no political coalition or economic strategy of the previous decade had successfully encompassed both. There was, however, one strategy capable of subsuming interests as diverse as these, a strategy from the not very distant past. As long as the dominant social class fractions could only choose either international integration under the leadership of the dynamic export industries entailing high domestic social costs, or a kind of fortress autarky under the leadership of heavy industry and the estate owners entailing a weak popular base, no coherent bloc or coalition could possibly replace that which had dissolved in 1930. Without the organization of the interests of the dominant social classes, there could be no successful program for incorporating the interests of the subordinate classes, and there could be no clear sense of the national interest. If the interests of the rural sector could be subsumed under a program acceptable to industry without extracting unacceptably high costs from urban consumers, then a way out could be found. This was a primary goal of the export and heavy industries united in the MWT. Shifting trade partners away from the northern and western countries in favor of the states of the Danube Basin would do much to relieve the import pressures felt by the estate owners. It would take place partially at the expense of the most advanced export branches, but some compensation for this loss would be provided by greater domestic consumption and the relatively virgin markets of Central and Southeastern Europe. This had been a principle underlying the aborted customs union with Austria. 118 In any case, as Table 28 demonstrates, this shift was already well underway between 1929 and 1931. German economists and industrialists alike were convinced that British, French, and American policies were such that Germany would have to depend more on its Danube trade. Although almost all its members agreed on this much, the MWT staff was unable to resolve fully the differences between the dynamic fraction S and heavy industry fraction S versions of the MWT program. In the view of the former, the MWT stood for a conciliatory approach toward France, whose capital reserves would then play a substantial role in what Duisburg hoped could be a customs union from Bordeaux to Sofia. 119 A market of such size would not only be more independent of American capital but might even challenge it in selected areas. In the view of heavy industry, the MWT stood opposed to France, and had as one of its chief goals, according to Schlenker, a customs union of Germany, Austria, Czechoslovakia, Romania, and Yugoslavia which, in addition to constituting a substantially enlarged market, would prevent Soviet grain dumping and offer a counterweight to American penetration. 120 Representing something of a middle line, Wilmowski insisted on improving German trade with the Central European countries, not the lands overseas. The proper goal was a Danube federation oriented toward Germany. If the French alone won dominant influence in the area, Germany would be forced back to agriculture-rich overseas markets. 121 To manage this transition profitably as well as effectively would require political and conceivably military penetration of the Danube countries. If those markets could be opened to German industrial exports, then the pressure on German grain producers would be lessened considerably, and the rural elite and the dynamic fraction of industry would both be reconciled to a bloc led by heavy industry operating in a vastly expanded domestic market. 122 Having groped their way to one such acceptable lowest common denominator, the three dominant fractions still lacked a mass base in the subordinate classes or a form of state capable of implementing an imperialist program against foreign and domestic opposition. The Weimar state and military were too weak to oversee such a policy, but it was the only way to overcome the conflict between export industry and agriculture, and it was implemented after 1933. 123. Chapter 5. The re-emergence of the labor/capital conflict. By 1924 the Weimar Republic had attained some stability. The last of labor's insurrectionary impulses, the abortive KPD uprisings, had been soundly defeated, and the paramilitary and quasi-secessionist turbulence on the extreme right, especially in Bavaria, went underground or was quelled. Germany's acceptance of the Dawes Plan prompted a massive influx of foreign capital, especially American. The various settlements associated with the Dawes Plan brought military and civil stability to the Ruhr and the Rhineland. Most of the foreign capital was quickly put to use in the reconstruction, rationalization, and expansion of Germany's industrial plant. Germany soon recovered the right to govern its foreign trade as it saw fit, and a host of most favored nation trade treaties were negotiated forthwith. The inflation of 1923 had pauperized substantial sectors of the petite bourgeoisie. It had also freed many industries and virtually the entire countryside from their accumulated debts. The Weimar coalition had not been equal to the tasks it faced in 1923, it was forced to co-opt the DVP into the government, thereby establishing the first Grand Coalition, and it was the DVP chairman, Gustav Stresemann, who as Chancellor and Foreign Minister proved to be the hero of the hour. The election results of 1924, with big losses for the left and substantial gains on the right, merely reflected the string of counter-revolutionary victories since the previous elections in 1920. The year 1924 saw the first all-bourgeois government since the shaky Fehrenbach cabinet of 1920, and the new bourgeois government enjoyed both a substantial majority and apparent stability. Yet if the political representatives of organized labor were indeed considerably chastened, they were certainly not eliminated, and organized labor remained in a good position both to participate in Germany's forthcoming economic prosperity and to take advantage of the various conflicts and policy divergences among the dominant economic classes. In addition, the SPD retained its leading place in Prussia and control over a great many municipal governments. It was during the period of all-bourgeois governments between 1924 and 1928 that organized labor made its most significant gains in social welfare and labor legislation. In a real sense, Sozialpolitik and social reform emerged as alternatives to the defeated attempts at socialization and socialism. This somewhat ironic development had two main roots. First, the national product, or economic pie, as a whole was expanding considerably, especially after 1926 as Germany was reintegrated into the world economy. As importantly, the SPD provided the primary support for 5 different bourgeois cabinets composed of several fractious bourgeois parties, while the largest non-socialist party virtually abstained from government participation altogether. This enabled the SPD to mediate among the diverse forces within the dominant classes, especially in regard to trade policies and state spending, in exchange for which the SPD managed to build an imposing structure of social and labor legislation. Organized labor clearly benefited from the stabilizing modus vivendi reached with both the dynamic and heavy industry fractions. In addition, the ascendance of industry's dynamic export fraction, with its particular production desiderata, lessened the role of wages and Sozialpolitik in industry's view of profitability. This changing attitude, spawned perhaps by changes in the organic composition of capital for the leading branches, was reflected in the statements and reports of the RDI, especially during and after 1926 when quality production, exports, and consumption received greater attention. 1. The industrial proletariat was not alone in demanding and receiving wage and social welfare benefits. The increasingly large body of salaried employees, though very different from the working class in lifestyles and politics, nevertheless supported labor and social welfare legislation from which it distinctly benefited. 2. Further, these white-collar groups, along with organized labor and the dynamic frac. 222/ of industry, opposed the protectionist and price-inflating demands of agriculture and some of heavy industry. As supporters of several bourgeois parties, particularly the DVP, the Angestelltenschaft pressured those parties into compromising and competing with the SPD on several major issues. Despite their anti-socialism, these groups caused the bourgeois parties, both in the national and local arenas, to be more socially minded and strengthened the moderate and progressive wings of the bourgeois parties. 3. In doing so, this white-collar constituency increasingly separated itself from other supporters of the bourgeois parties, the petite bourgeoisie and heavy industry in particular. If prosperity, quality production, international reintegration, and social peace provided the justification and basis for industry's cooperation with organized labor, the SPD's justification for that cooperation emerged from Hilferding's theory of organized capitalism. According to that theory, interpretations of which range from state monopoly capitalism to corporatism, capitalism's irrationality could be tamed as planning increased. Certainly cartels in Germany had long sought to master the anarchy of the market, but now the working class could participate in that planning through the agency of the state. Planning and democratization were linked through the mechanism of what could be a neutral and democratic state. Although the genesis of this theory and its implications are themselves worthy of study, suffice it here to say that the organized working class did obtain material, economic gains through state mechanisms and especially through the labor ministry. State intervention in private contractual matters between capital and labor did frequently redound to the benefit of labor, and despite incessant complaints, industrialists accepted state intervention. Chief among the forms of state intervention was binding, compulsory arbitration of labor disputes through the agency of the labor ministry. Between 1924 and 1930 these cabinet portfolios were held almost exclusively by members of either the labor wing of the Zentrum or the SPD. Through state-mediated labor relations organized labor won, relatively high and industry-wide wage rates, a broad spectrum of social welfare measures, huge increases in state expenditures for social purposes, especially on the municipal level and for housing, and, in 1927, the jewel of the system of Sozialpolitik, a generous and comprehensive unemployment insurance law. 4. As we have demonstrated elsewhere, this labor/dynamic industry cooperation was not without either its opponents or its limits. Beginning already in 1925, the entire rural sector considered itself shortchanged in trade policy and victimized by labor's tax and social exactions. Efforts by both the SPD and commercial and export groups at least to neutralize dairy and livestock producing peasants failed. Domestic market-oriented heavy industry did not suffer from this arrangement quite as agriculture did, but its objections nevertheless became increasingly strenuous. On the one hand, its boom period was much briefer than that of the dynamic fraction, on the other, it was more constrained by international cartels and, hence, more concerned with the capacity and cost structure of the domestic market. Of particular concern to heavy industry were the ongoing conflicts over the 8-hour day and compulsory arbitration. To further its position, heavy industry, particularly in the Ruhr, engaged in numerous illegal lockouts and other measures that subverted the quasi-official modus vivendi. So long as the dynamic fraction of industry continued to set the tone and agenda for industry as a whole, however, the labor export coalition remained safe, at least in principle. The SPD electoral victory in 1928 and the onset soon thereafter of the economic crisis, first in agriculture and heavy industry and then generally, pushed against the limits of the compromises and stalemates of the previous several years. For all that has been written and said about the SPD's reformism, one must, nevertheless, emphasize that it was a militant reformism. The party in the 20s had not yet made the full transition from Klassenpartei to Volkspartei. This militant reformism on behalf of organized labor pursued as much by the party as by the unions manifested itself in a relatively narrow pressure group mentality that made the German workers' movement increasingly less appealing to other subordinate classes and strata as a popular political alternative. 5. It was, perhaps, precisely its abandonment of social revolution, without a like abandonment of a purist working class orientation, which constrained the SPD to sustain its militancy in defending the everyday interests of the organized working class. Under pressure from both the KPD and its own structural reformist wing, the party, after its 1928 victory, supported the call for economic democracy. 6. To numerous industrialists and politicians the slogan heralded the opening of a renewed struggle aimed at vast socialization. Others knew better but rejected this new impediment to capital accumulation just as forcefully. Ignoring slogans, several unions took the SPD victory as a sign to increase their wage demands, and SPD labor and finance ministers were compelled to accede. This, in turn, dealt a blow to the labor industry modus vivendi and strengthened the hand of the heavy industry fraction. One result was the Great Ruhr Lockout of October 1928. More significant than any labor assertiveness, however, were the onset of the World Economic and Trade Depression, the cut-off of the capital flow from New York, the changing alignments within industry, and the reparations settlement. Even before the Grand Coalition collapsed in March 1930 over the issue of increased employers' contributions to the Unemployment Insurance Fund, the industrial associations had begun their offensive against organized labor, the SPD and, ultimately, the Republic itself. Labor's economic gains and the SPD's unwillingness and inability to part with them increasingly collided with the imperatives of capital accumulation and reproduction. A series of economic gains unaccompanied by significant structural victories in the political sphere left the working class all the more vulnerable to a rollback in both spheres. Heavy industry's offensive had begun by 1927, but alone its efforts were inadequate, and its attacks on the settlement of the stabilization period failed. The behavior of its representatives underscored the difference that existed between it and other entrepreneurs and may even have contributed to the poor performance of the bourgeois parties in the 1928 elections. 7. Only once the overall conjuncture became more critical and industry's ranks closed could a general capitalist offensive be undertaken successfully. A more general assault by industry on the stabilization period settlement began with the RDI meetings of September and December 1929 and the publication of its new program, Recovery or Collapse. The shift began from Sozialpolitik to Wirtschaftspolitik, from social politics to economics politics, i.e., from politics emphasizing legitimation to politics emphasizing accumulation. 8. This renewed counter-revolution lasted until the demise of the Republic, and its economic and political facets were intertwined. During the next 3 years, industrialists' impatience with the speed and extent of the rollback contrasted with the ambivalence expressed by the leadership of the bourgeois parties as they lost their salaried employee constituencies. This, in turn, exacerbated the political crisis. The increasingly purist but unappealing bourgeois parties could support no bourgeois government, yet, after 1930 no government could enjoy a majority without including either the SPD or the NSDAP. The industrialist Paul Silverberg's two-pronged 1926 dictum industry fully accept the Republic, and no government was possible that excluded the SPD and organized labor was now fully reversed. Industry could no longer accept a republic that divided and weakened its forces, and no government was tolerable that included an SPD seemingly devoted to making capital accumulation and profits impossible. It was this basic shift, facilitated by the adoption of the Young Plan and the untimely death of Stresemann 9, which led to the abandonment of the Grand Coalition and the initial support for Brüning's semi-dictatorial government. The Silverberg-Stresemann-Severing coalition upon which stability had been built was renounced by industry. Except for its intensity, industry's program changed little from that articulated in the autumn of 1929. Adverse economic conditions led to declines in both union membership and militancy, far more strikes were lost than won, and it was left to the SPD to defend the interests of organized labor at the top, through the political mechanism. The SPD was both conciliatory and hard-nosed on the twin issues of wages and public spending. It accepted both a 10% across-the-board wage cut in June 1930 and much of Brüning's fiscal austerity and pro-capital tax programs, but later the SPD hardened its position as unemployment worsened, communist strength rose and industry refused to reciprocate, especially in the area of lowering cartel prices. The party rank and file and the unions had been obstinate in their opposition to the party's swallowing the bitter pill of reduced unemployment insurance coverage in exchange for possible continuation of the Grand Coalition in 1930, but a year and two later it was left to the party center alone to struggle for what could be salvaged of the achievements of the revolution. It was, in the face of a divided opposition, perhaps too successful in fending off capital's economic onslaught. What that indicated to industrialists, and what others, especially the rural elite, had already appreciated for quite some time, was that the impediments to economic recovery were not to be overcome within a political framework which fostered entrepreneurial fragmentation while permitting the SPD to limit severely the adoption of measures which would lift those impediments. We have discussed elsewhere the various attempts to overcome the fragmentation of the dominant class fractions and to transcend or subsume their particular needs through some general capitalist interest. But what was it more specifically that industrialists after 1929 demanded of organized labor, the SPD, and the state? Again, industry's program was elaborated fairly explicitly by the RDI in late 1929. In the pre-crisis period, the RDI had argued simply that Sozialpolitik must be limited by the productivity of the economy, but with the crisis this view was highly radicalized. At first, the RDI's program represented an attack on the Grand Coalition, then it became something of a maximum program, which it was hoped Brüning might implement. His inability to do so was, as we have shown, the primary reason he lost industry's support around the middle of 1931. Finally, the Papen government tried its best to implement industry's social program, but it both lacked a mass base of support and ran afoul of the dynamic export industries. The following summarizes the most salient contentions in industry's analysis. 10. The policies of recent years had been dominated by an immense disparity between productivity and profitability on the one hand and public spending on the other. In 1924 Germany began with no investment capital, and the first task ought to have been building it, not attempting to create a welfare state. Too many compromises with socialism led to politically motivated interference in the economy. Public costs had skyrocketed, not counting social insurance. Public spending is more than triple the 1913 level, and taxes were up from 4 to 14 billion annually. Social insurance costs had risen from 1.2 to 5.5 billion annually between 1913 and 1929, they claimed. A 40% increase in incomes in 5 years and luxurious consumption were just not justifiable. With rising wages, rising taxes, rising interest rates and declining profits, the point is reached where maintaining production itself no longer makes sense. Only responsible economic policies can prevent the collapse of the economy and aid in making Germany free in foreign policy. The German economy must be let free. It must be spared experiments and political influences extraneous to the operation of the economy itself. Entrepreneurs and workers both suffer from poor morale because of mistaken economic, fiscal, and social policies. Economic democracy was but a further demoralization of the economy and a step towards socialization and collectivization. High wages were a part of costs as well as of consumption power. They created only an apparent consumption power at the expense of the productivity of the economy. The result was unemployment. A real long-term improvement in the standard of living of the broad mass was only possible through building capital and the restoration of profitability. At present, production is not worth undertaking. In the boom year of 1928, 30% of stock companies and 17% of stock capital went without dividends. 228/ Social insurance put too high a financial burden on the productive economy. Additionally, the unemployment insurance system is producing a budget deficit which threatens state finances with bankruptcy. Compulsory arbitration and wage increases threaten not only capital accumulation but the very principle of maintenance of the free, private enterprise system. Arbitration had led to a reduced sense of responsibility. Workers made all kinds of reckless demands knowing that some were bound to be granted. Compulsory binding arbitration had to be replaced by free negotiations between free agents. Besides the abolition of compulsory binding arbitration and other points implicit in its analysis, the following were the RDL's major initial demands: facilitation of capital accumulation through secured profitability, a lessening of state intervention in the economy, an end to state borrowing, an end to privileged public competition with the private sector, especially in housing, a cessation of attacks on the cartel system, reductions in the financing and outlays in all areas of Sozialpolitik, especially unemployment insurance, a reduction in national, state, and local government expenditures and a limiting of the taxation and budgetary prerogatives of Länder and municipal governments, a reduction of taxes on capital and production and an increase in indirect and consumption taxes, the former through large cuts in property, profit, and various income taxes, and the utilization of economic experts rather than politicians to implement the preceding points. Again, it was Paul Silverberg who in December 1929 summed up the then current status of the capital/labor contradiction when he argued that a private, individualist, capitalist economy cannot be successful when the state simultaneously pursues socialistic and collectivistic economic policies, especially in the social, tax, and fiscal realms. It is this contradiction which brought us to our current condition. 11 As much as anything else, the political struggles of 1930-32 were directed toward creating the political conditions for the resolution of this contradiction to the detriment of its minor socialistic aspect. The dominant social classes wanted to make their own history, but they could not make it just as they pleased. They might assume full control over the primary bourgeois parties, and they might support and finance the various forces, both within and outside the national opposition, working to replace the democratic state with an authoritarian one, but they could not be certain of the end to which these efforts would lead. What the dominant social classes did do with all certainty, however, was initiate class conflict from above designed, in Hans Mommsen's words, systematically to undermine the social political compromises which underlay the foundation of the Weimar Republic 12 and which were recodified and developed in the years after 1924. With its links to the army and bureaucracy, heavy industry in particular contributed to the creation of a social climate of class conflict. The pressure of Die Wirtschaft on the political system substantially weakened the SPD and unions, especially after 1930, and paralyzed the Weimar political system while lending support to those attacking it from the right. Before analyzing this offensive by the dominant classes, we must examine the Sozialpolitik and labor industry compromises of the period 1924–29, which then became the ground for industry's offensive. The bulk of this work has been concerned with the various conflicts within and between the dominant class fractions and the impediments to unified bourgeois rule engendered and reinforced by those conflicts and the Weimar political framework. The strength of the organized working class in the Weimar Republic, in a context characterized by a conjuncture of economic recovery and relative prosperity and bourgeois political fragmentation, led after 1924 to a series of economic and social victories for organized labor. We have already cited a number of the social welfare and labor legislation gains won under the auspices of the Labor Export Coalition, some even under all bourgeois party governments. Although the Staatslegion agreements and the Arbeitsgemeinschaften of 1918 were dead letters, Jacob Reichert's panicky remark of that year retains some validity: the traditional middle class and the elite of estate owners were no longer worthwhile or dependable allies. Allies for industry could only be found among the workers. These were the unions. 13. The tacit Silverberg-Stresemann-Severing 230/ Alliance continued in force throughout the period of relative prosperity and brought gains to both sides. For the dominant classes these were primarily political, for the working class primarily economic. As the ADGB Jahrbuch for 1928 put it, the basic principles of these laws of 1924–28 did not issue from the spiritual arsenal of either the liberals or the conservatives, they were of the spirit of the workers' movement, whose political and economic organizations exercise a far-reaching influence on legislation even when the SPD itself is not part of the government. 14. Without analyzing either specific legislation or the debates over enactment, we can examine the underlying principles of labor, fiscal, and social legislation in the period from roughly 1925 to the collapse of the Grand Coalition. 15. The influx of foreign capital facilitated the rationalization of Germany's industrial plant and contributed to the recovery of much of the economy. But, given the emphasis on infrastructural investment, it also contributed to increased, quasi-structural, levels of normal unemployment. Thus, in the boom year 1928, the nominal wage level of employed workers exceeded 155% of 1913 levels, but the real wages of the entire working class, including the unemployed, were just equal to the pre-war level. 16. It was the goal of much Sozialpolitik to redistribute gains within the ranks of the workers and salaried employees themselves, and political devices were employed to mitigate the negative effects of high unemployment on union membership. In considering Sozialpolitik, it is thus important to bear in mind from the outset that social politics took place at the top, among leaders of labor, industry, and government. Partially as a result of this, internal union organization during the Weimar years concentrated power at the top. Although well organized, the ADGB tended to ignore the plant level, and most of its leaders were pleased that the once radical and seditious councils had been integrated and transformed into arms of the unions at the factory level. The unions also failed to keep pace with concentration and rationalization in industry because they never fully converted from trades to industry-based organization. The plan proposed in 1925 by representatives of the metal workers to reorganize the ADGB into 15 large industrial unions stalled. Given their strategic understanding of politics and the state, internal democracy and participation had to appear less important to the union leaders than effective centralization and strong leadership. State arbitration in the negotiation of industry-wide wage rates was one form of socialpolitik at the top that partially counteracted the pressure of the reserve unemployed. From 1925 to 1931, compulsory binding arbitration served as the single most important form of wage agreement. It was a form of social compromise embedded in the pluralist democracy of the Weimar Constitution itself. 17 And arbitration received a boost during the heady days of December 1918 when control over wages was vested in the labor minister. Until 1932 the labor ministry alone directed arbitration, and occasional attempts by representatives of heavy industry to have the economics ministry made co-responsible inevitably failed in part because the dynamic industries were prepared to continue cooperating within the existing framework. 18 through 1929, representatives of, among others, the textile, construction, chemical, electrical, and some heavy industries, together with the retail trades affirmed their basic support of state arbitration. 19 All but one or two of the very strongest socialist unions supported arbitration, and the Catholic unions as well as various salaried employee organizations were fully behind it. On the labor side, only the KPD and its affiliates systematically opposed it. 20 Through the state, arbitration became one part of the format for cooperation between labor and the dynamic fraction of industry during the stable years. As in other matters, the state mediated relations that could not occur face to face. Although heavy industry campaigned almost constantly against the system as it was organized, it was only after the SPD electoral victory of 1928 and the beginning of economic crisis that industrial opposition became more generalized. Rank and file expectations rose with the return of the SPD to the labor ministry, and 1928 saw substantial wage increases in a number of large industries, including mining and the metals. These new increases were initially accepted by the dynamic and processing industries, but as the economic situation deteriorated and the balance between the fractions of industry shifted, the entrepreneurial campaign against the socialist labor ministry won broader support. 21 Ultimately, as we shall see, the power of the labor minister's delegates to issue Solomonic compromises was undermined. The emergency decree of December 8, 1931 lowered all wages governed by collective agreement to their January 1927 levels, and in mid-1932 Papen virtually terminated the labor minister's prerogatives altogether. Compulsory binding arbitration functioned as a form of compromise and cooperation which grew in scope and importance and increasingly favored organized labor. For 1929, for example, the ADGB reported that 52% of all wage agreements were the fruit of compulsory arbitration, and although only 8% needed to be declared binding upon appeal, these latter covered 23% of all workers. For the same year, the Employers' League reported that 35% of its workers were covered by agreements concluded in this manner. 22 In fact, according to the Employers' League, from 1925 through 1929, with some annual variation, only about 1/4 of its workers were covered by contracts reached by fully voluntary agreement. Its estimates of the role of compulsion were considerably higher. Approximately 30% of its workers annually were covered by arbitration awards accepted by both parties, and another 37% worked under agreements that had been declared binding. 23 In May 1930 the landmark Ehrenhausen arbitration ruling mandated a wage reduction for nearly 800,000 iron and steel workers and signaled Bruning's deep commitment to deflationary policies. But until then, arbitration had almost invariably favored the workers, and it was they who turned to it most often. Thus, from 1926 through 1931, over 80% of first-instance arbitration requests were initiated by workers compared to about 15% by employers. In SEC on instance arbitration, workers initiated about 60% of the requests and employers 20 to 25%, with the rest undertaken by mutual request Oregon ex officio. Of those arbitration decisions rejected from 1928 through 1931, fully 70% were rejected by the employers and 20 to 25% by the workers and their representatives. 24 This was understandable if, as Ludwig Grauert claimed on behalf of the Employers League, arbitration cost entrepreneurs 8 billion RM per year. 25. Other measures also ate away at the free market in labor. 26. A work hours law in 1927 restored the 8-hour day in most large undertakings by requiring union agreement and mandating a 25% wage supplement for hours in excess of 8 per day or 48 per week. An amendment to a 1924 regulation obliged installations operating on a 24-hour-a-day basis to switch from a 2 to a 3-shift system. In 1926 the labor courts law was modified in virtually complete accord with the union's demands. Health, disability, and social insurance were expanded several times. Putting out work was regulated and subjected to collective wage negotiation. Occupational health and safety standards were upgraded. Public housing became a substantial undertaking, and tenant protection laws were put on the books. But the jewel of the system was the Employment Facilitation and Unemployment Insurance Law of 1927, which provided the unions with 2 new means for helping to manage the labor market. 27. It enhanced the role of the unions in hiring industrial labor through public employment offices, and, more importantly, it relieved the downward pressure of unemployment on wages by establishing a system of comprehensive unemployment insurance to which employers, employees, and, indirectly, the state contributed. Underlying these victories was the ability of the unions to bargain collectively industry-wide, knowing that compulsory binding arbitration 234/ by the Labor Ministry was available to them. The centrality and increased influence of the Labor Minister's office prompted Preller to describe it as the direct and indirect godfather of all of these developments, if only by virtue of the minister's power to declare arbitration binding. 28. This is entirely consonant with the statement made by Clemens Norpel, one of the labor law experts of the ADGB, that the arbitration function is preeminently political. The results of arbitration depend on labor's political power. 29. Jacob Reichert accused labor's representatives of being even more brazen. He attributed to Hilferding the argument that it is the ballot which finally determines the amount of wages. 30. The conflicts over social welfare legislation and arbitration were, like the conflict over wages, part of the struggle over distribution of the social product. How were the burdens and costs of the array of social measures to be divided? Although employer, industrial, and agricultural organizations consistently decried this kind of state intervention in the economy, they were unable to mount a successful political opposition to it, at least until the SPD victory and Union offensive of 1928 and the onset of economic and fiscal difficulties in 1929. Among the reasons for their temporary weakness was the fact that not only socialist industrial workers derived benefits from Sozialpolitik. Stresemann used his support of social legislation to consolidate a substantial base among salaried employees. With their backing and that of many dynamic export industries, he was able to ignore or transcend the clamoring of the industrial wing of the DVP and of most industrialists for the realization of their immediate, selfish interests. 31. Further, the labor portfolio was, until 1929, in the hands of Heinrich Brauns of the Zentrum, and, in addition to the direct pressure of Catholic Unionists and salaried employees, he and his party were guided by a certain affinity for office holding and a proclivity for social, corporatist, and paternalist solutions to social conflict. The political strength of labor and the economic dominance of capital provided Brauns with a certain autonomy his embattled SPD successor would not enjoy once the ADGB spoke of translating political democracy into economic terms. Consistent wage gains, various forms of social insurance, a public housing construction program and rent control, some measure of union control over the labor market, and the available good offices of the labor ministry all constituted gains for organized labor and were part of a general social compromise. Public and especially municipal spending increased rapidly, if not always wisely. Even Arthur Rosenberg was prompted to observe that in the period after 1924 German officials seemed to believe that money was no real obstacle, that as much money was available as one wanted. Which certainly did not correspond to Germany's true situation. The consequence of these tendencies was that public spending and taxes commensurately reached fantastic heights. Total taxation amounted to over 13 billion. This all took place under an all-bourgeois government, including even the DNVP. The entire unhealthy development in German finances after 1924 was the work of capitalists, not workers. 32. Although the data are incomplete, it seems that a real shift in the distribution of the national income was taking place, as revealed in Table 29. During the Weimar years, the share of the national income accruing to labor increased, while that received by capital decreased until as late as 1932. Between 1926 and 1932, industrial capital's annual share dropped 8% while labor's rose over 3%. If, as is likely, worker income peaked in 1929, then the contrast with 1913 and even 1925 is indeed startling. Further, employer allegations that profitability did not benefit from increased production do seem to be verified. The state's role in arbitrating and sometimes deciding labor conflicts in the long run heightened the importance of control of the government. The politicization of labor relations furthered ADGB activism within the SPD and fostered rank-and-file militancy within the party between 1928 and 1930. Until the events of 1930 taught them otherwise, many unions seemed to forget the possibility that state intervention might undermine or even eliminate their gains as easily as it had earlier augmented them. 33. From the vantage point of 1928, the momentum appeared to belong to the unions. The new unemployment insurance law protected 16/2 million workers and employees, over 12/4 million of whom were covered by collective wage agreements. A critical weakness within this picture of strength, however, was the fact that only about 40% of those covered by collective agreements actually belonged to any union. High levels of structural unemployment and the increased role of state arbitration both took a toll on union membership and activism. It has been argued that workers began to lose interest in their unions as wages were increasingly fixed by the state. 34. As noted, by the late 20s about 1/3 of all wage agreements, covering over 2/3 of all workers, were reached by compulsory arbitration. Union membership did rise rather modestly from 1926 through 1930, but the unions never reattained their membership levels of the awful year 1923, let alone of the peak year 1920. 35. Between 1920 and 1923, about 60% of German workers had been organized into unions. The figure fell under 30% at the start of 1926 and then climbed gradually and modestly to just under 40% in early 1930, after which it fell again. Between 1926 and 1930, then, union power recovered and advanced more substantially than did union membership. Certainly the scope of union negotiated collective agreements grew, although as Table 30 indicates, unemployment here, too, vitiated some of the gains. Between 1924 and the end of 1929, the average work week was effectively trimmed by nearly 2 hours. 36. Unskilled workers benefited more from this reduction than did skilled workers, except, of course, that after 1927 most overtime work was compensated at higher rates. The implicit purpose of reducing hours, creating jobs and reducing unemployment remained basically unfulfilled, particularly in the stagnant heavy industries, which were far more resistant to any shortening of the workday or work week. 37. For those employed, both nominal and real wages rose substantially after the depths of 1924. At the start of 1924, average nominal wage rates were almost 10% below 1913 levels, and the Employers' League was proven correct in believing that real wage rates could be held to 2/3 of pre-war levels. The wage rate expressed should not exceed 2/3 of pre-war levels. The resultant decrease in income should be compensated by additional hours. Prevailing higher rates should be reduced. Arbitration decisions leading to higher rates should be prevented by non-participation of employers in the proceedings. 38. With 28% of union members unemployed and another 42% working short time, there was not much the unions could expect to do to counter the employers. From 1924 to 1930, however, the cost of living rose rather modestly while nominal wages rose substantially. The general economic upturn, improved industrial productivity, and the stagnation and then decline of agricultural prices all helped make this possible. Hourly real rates rose by 40% from 1924 to 1929, reaching a point somewhat more than 20% above 1913 levels. Weekly real rates rose almost as much, but owing to the shorter work week and other differences, real weekly rates were less than 10% above 1913 levels. 39 real hourly and weekly earnings rose even further than the corresponding real rates, almost 55 and 60%, respectively. Real hourly earnings kept rising until J931, at which time they were 30% above pre-war levels. Indeed, nominal hourly wage rates as well as real hourly rates and earnings increased through 1930 despite economic downturn. Table 31 indicates the pattern of nominal and real wages for the entire period. If the gross annual earnings of full-time employees in the 15 largest industries is indexed, then annual earnings in 1929 and 1930 exceeded 180, a level not reattained until the late 1950s at the earliest. It is not surprising, therefore, that as late as 1931, Tarnow could caution his fellow ADGB leaders that, especially seen from abroad, the standard of living of German workers is rather respectable and, beyond that, we have the best Sozialpolitik. 40 After 1924 the cost of living remained relatively stable. The cost of housing was kept well below the aggregate cost of living, while the cost of clothing and miscellaneous goods and services rose disproportionately. Again, with 1913 indexed at 100, the cost of living moved as follows: 41. Even once the Brüning government began ordering wage reductions by emergency decree after June 1930, and state arbitrators began ruling against labor, the relative level of wages remained high. Because both raw material and living costs remained relatively stable, in fact, raw materials costs generally declined after 1924. The price-to-wage ratio moved in labor's favor until 1932. Although conservative analysts overestimate the significance of this indicator, 42, it does reveal something about capital's budding hostility as well as about labor's welfare. If the price-to-wage ratio for the boom year of 1928 is set equal to 100, then the index values for the other years are the following: 1925 127, 1926 110, 1927 104, 1928 100, 1929 94, 1930 86, 1931 79, 1932 81. Table 32 demonstrates quite clearly the economic Achilles heel of Sozialpolitik: persistently high unemployment and relative stagnation of the active labor force. This was a flaw of which organized labor's opponents would later take full advantage, particularly once the union's political guarantors were weakened. High unemployment challenged the new welfare and insurance measures almost immediately. Thus, in the winter of 1928-29, up to 2.5 million claimed unemployment insurance benefits, thereby severely taxing the fund and necessitating both a direct grant from the already hard-pressed Treasury and an increase in contributions to the fund on the part of the employed exceeding the mandated 3% of gross wages. 43 In still prosperous mid-1929, nearly 10% of ADGB members were unemployed, and 1.5 million Germans were drawing unemployment insurance. Over 10% of the state budget was being spent on unemployment and social insurance. Already the crisis of the unemployment insurance fund and state spending were exacerbating the fiscal crisis of the state. It was the conflict over remedying these, over determining at whose expense they were to be remedied, that the Grand Coalition and the Labor Export Alliance collapsed less than a year later. As Note 35 and Table 32 indicate, increased unemployment meant decreased union membership, and both phenomena weakened the unions as their struggle with employers sharpened. In turn, This increased the pressure on the SPD and contributed thereby to the disintegration of the Grand Coalition. 44. That the changing economic situation and the entrepreneurial offensive led to a change in the momentum of labor/capital struggles is revealed in Table 33, a tabulation of man-days lost due to strikes and lockouts. After 1924, lockouts became an indicator of employer offensives, while strikes became an increasingly defensive and reactive labor strategy. By 1931, labor was basically deprived of the wherewithal to strike, and employers, though hardly satisfied, no longer needed to lock out their employees. Other indicators that helped to measure the advance of Sozialpolitik through the second half of the 20s and its slow retreat thereafter show the same double determination by economic conditions and political developments. Thus, employer contributions to health insurance rose 58% between 1925 and 1929 and then declined 31% by 1932. 45. At first, this would appear to be a direct consequence of changes in employment, but when these figures are compared with the income share accruing to entrepreneurs, it emerges that employers yielded increasingly larger portions of their income for this purpose until 1932. State expenditures on social insurance rose by 57% between 1925 and 1930 and then declined only 13% through 1932. Here the issue was more political than employment-based. Similarly, state spending rose a full 25%, from 8 billion to 10 billion Rm, in 3 short years from 1925 to 1928. It then declined a mere 2.4% in 1930. Only in 1931 did it drop a more substantial 12.5%, followed by an additional 11.5% in 1932. 46. Another minor example, expanding public education was both a democratic principle of the SPD and labor movement and a tactic to relieve pressure on the labor market. Thus, public spending for education was vastly increased by the Republican parties. In 1925 it was already 45% above pre-war levels, and in 1929 it rested at 208% of 1913 levels. Although spending on education was cut by 1/3 between. In general, the political decisions of the Brüning and Papen governments were necessary to accomplish in the sphere of state spending what economic developments themselves had brought to pass in most facets of labor/capital relations. In their efforts to curtail and reduce public spending, these two regimes, of course, pointed to declining tax receipts caused by the economic crisis and to the imperative of encouraging economic recovery by easing the tax burden. 48 On capital and production. We shall examine the Brüning and Papen policies below, with regard to the battle of the budget and the whole range of Sozialpolitik. Here Table 34 simply lists the state income parameters within which the political struggles took place. Tax and other revenue rose consistently through 1928, increased slightly in 1929, declined a bit in 1930, and then began to drop sharply. As steadily rising unemployment threatened the private or contractual components of Sozialpolitik after 1929, organized labor called upon the state to plug the financing gap. Thus, in 1931 the unemployment and health insurance funds could be kept solvent only by a transfer of 2.4 billion Rm from the General Treasury. That amount was equal to 45% of the amount paid in by employed workers and their employers and equaled no less than 28% of the entire tax revenue of the Reich and Länder governments. 49 As larger numbers of the unemployed became fully dependent on those welfare programs financed and operated by municipal governments, about 1/3 by the end of 1931, organized labor sought to expand the prerogatives of local governments, whereas representatives of industry demanded that these fiscally irresponsible units be disciplined and deprived of many of their taxing rights. 50 In general, as the economic crisis deepened, organized labor called for increased state assistance and intervention, while industry consistently demanded the release of the economy from precisely such political fetters. For the latter, compulsory arbitration, unemployment insurance, labor, wages and hours legislation, and state spending of most sorts were all impediments to production and Wirtschaftspolitik, to economics politics the only way for the nation and the economy as a whole to recover. Before we analyze in greater detail the conflict between Sozialpolitik and Wirtschaftspolitik during the period of economic and political crisis, we should pause to examine the role played by Sozialpolitik in unifying the otherwise fragmented and fractious interests of the dominant social classes even prior to the onset of the economic crisis. 2. The politics of Sozialpolitik. The dominant class fractions were divided by their divergent economic, political, and ideological interests. In previous chapters those differences were symbolized by the term Handelspolitik, in the broadest sense an abbreviation for the range of differences and conflicts emerging from the competitive nature of capitalism. Other differences, for example, over monarchism and a posture toward the former royal houses, over the degree of religious compulsion to build into the school system, over certain aspects of foreign policy, and some others were, perhaps, more random with regard to the world of production, if not historically. But if production desiderata and Handelspolitik divided the dominant fractions, 51 Sozialpolitik unified them. It did so especially for representatives of agriculture and heavy industry. The dynamic export fraction of industry was, as we have seen, more willing to 244/ compromise with organized labor, certainly before 1929 and in some respects afterwards as well. 52-53 The DVP leadership, for example, recognized in 1925 that the best possible trade policy would emerge from cooperation with the SPD, but what majority could we then mobilize for tax and fiscal legislation? Later, it was the tension between SPD and DVP in the area of social legislation which provided the basis for industry's greater willingness to compromise with agriculture. 55. For those producers to whom Sozialpolitik simply meant increased costs and diminished competitiveness and profitability, the issue was clear. The SPD had long been aware, however, that this constraint was not equally salient to all producers. At least as early as 1924, the SPD used its support of free trade and industrial expansion to marshal sympathies within the dynamic export and non-monopoly sectors of German industry. In remarks befitting a Cobden or Bright, Hilferding rejected agriculture's demands for high tariffs. Free trade is an essential part of realistic pacifism, since protectionism in the broadest sense was a weapon of monopoly capital conflict which can lead to violent international altercations. Imperial conquest and reaction at home. He felt a prosperous processing finishing industry was the key to German recovery, and that its interests, like labor's, were in low tariffs. 54 The tacit Silverberg-Stresemann-Severing alliance was built on the recognition by each of the parties of these shared interests and of the existence of room for compromise. Each of the primary socio-economic groups sought allies with which to balance the political or economic weight of its adversaries and competitors. 55 The conflicts between the industrial fractions and the absence of a clearly and indisputably hegemonic group ultimately weakened bourgeois political coherence and lessened its political power. At the same time, the absence of that coherence provided the organized working class and its demands a certain political entree they might otherwise not have enjoyed. Unity of the dominant class fractions under the leadership of heavy industry, for example, would probably have rendered impossible the major accomplishments of the mid and late 20s. 56 At the same time that Paul Silverberg was announcing the dynamic export fraction's readiness to cooperate with the SPD in autumn 1926, the Langnamverein was attempting to unify the dominant classes, presumably under its own leadership. To Silverberg's legitimation of Sozialpolitik, Reis counterposed a healthy Wirtschaftspolitik, which would necessitate that all the productive strata work together more closely. 57. At the next conventions Reis repeated his basic position, this time with more specific criticism of blossoming Sozialpolitik. Government measures, especially those of the labor ministry, are driving our costs up and making us non-competitive. Disappointments in exports were, he thought, also due to fiscal and social welfare policies Germany could not afford. Germany's lack of capital just did not allow for these luxurious expenses, receipts in the iron and steel industry are up 7 to 10% over 1913. But wages are up 60 to 70%, and taxes and social levies are up 250–300%. Cigarette consumption has shifted from simple and hearty rye bread to wheat bread. Germany's industries, argued Riesk, were neither profitable nor competitive. In metals, our costs are 30 to 50% higher than our competitors. And this pattern would now affect textiles and others as well. 58. But this period in the history of German industry belonged to the welfare professor Duisberg and his allies in the RDI and the bourgeois parties. Rieska's day was yet to come. The dire warnings emanating at least since 1925 from Ruhr magnates like Riesk, Vogler, and Thiessen were largely ignored for the time being. In that year a group of them had complained to the Chancellor of brutal taxation and bloated public services which, together with short-sighted wage policies encouraged by the prejudiced and political arbitration system, make profitability impossible. The labor minister must be made to realize that he is responsible to the entire economy, not just the work ERS. Our economy cannot afford the kind of Sozialpolitik we have. It will lead to the collapse of the economy. Unless we have a quick end to coercive interference in wage policies, a reduction in intolerable social levies and taxation and a corresponding fiscal reform of the 246/ national and municipal governments. 59. While there seems to have been little explicit disagreement with this position on the part of other industrialists, the implied programmatic recommendations were largely ignored. Although the Employers' League, RDI, D1HT, and other industrial organs, as well as estate owner and peasant groups, issued a joint statement in early 1928 decrying various extensions of social welfare legislation, the dynamic fraction of industry was not yet prepared to support the more militant, pro-lockout position of the Ruhr industrial captains or the protectionist demands of the rural cosine ERS. 60. Heavy industry and the agrarians, including peasant representatives, reached general agreement, but this was not enough to stop the growth of Sozialpolitik. 61. Hugenberg's warnings that labor's gains were slowly but surely driving industry down the road to ruin already traversed by agriculture were not yet taken seriously, nor, apparently, was his contention that through leveling the workers were the only group better off in 1930 than in 1913. 62. What finally tipped the balance within industry in favor of full-fledged opposition to Sozialpolitik was the decline of international trade, which displaced the dynamic fraction from its leadership position within industry. That was but the final blow, however, and it was preceded by a combined political and economic development of great import, the SPD electoral victory of 1928 and the subsequent small-scale economic and ideological offensive of the trade unions. The first post-election showdown was posed by the Ruhr lockouts of October 1928, an attempt by iron and steel industrialists to prevent a round of accelerated wage demands and simultaneously to attack the state arbitration mechanism. The details of the events and divisiveness they engendered have been discussed elsewhere. 63. Here we mean to stress heavy industry's own offensive. Reichert had consistently emphasized that the steel industry objected to compulsory arbitration not only for its results, but also because it deprives of a sense of responsibility. 64. The prospect of an SPD labor minister now determining arbitration outcomes was too much to bear. 65. The Ruhr producers were willing to shut down over 75% of Germany's ferrous production as part of a preemptive move against the unions. The steel producers had not fared well even under the bourgeois government of 1927, the system of the 3-8-hour shifts with wages untrimmed had been forced on them with the acquiescence of the dynamic fraction of industry at a time when we can neither sell our goods nor make a profit. Reichert claimed that this was tantamount to a general 13.6% wage increase and that the unions could afford ridiculous and immense demands since the arbitrator ignored the facts of real ITY. An additional 50,000 workers would have to be hired, and the total cost increase demanded came to no less than 48% of current wages, it would cost 220 to 250 million RM of the total value of our production. With the cost of its product increased over 10%, he asked how Germany could possibly compete. With economic operation of the factories impossible, a closing was unavoidable. The decision of the unions, arbitrator, and labor minister. 66 An RDI report on the economy in 1927 contended that organized labor was pushing against the limits of what German industry could endure. Without endorsing a strategy of lockouts, the document argued that profit rates had fallen to 4%, half their pre-war level, and when capital accumulation is virtually impossible, when labor's share of receipts becomes too great and when taxes are greater than profits, capital must simply lose interest in producing. 67. Both sides were left unhappy, while the principle of compulsory arbitration itself did not emerge unscathed. Representatives of heavy industry proclaimed it a fix labor's political representatives declaring in favor of labor's economic representatives. Rank-and-file union members found quite unsatisfactory a settlement that provided them with only minimal shortening of the work week and average wage increases of barely 4%, they had expected considerably more from their own newly elected government, particularly as the industry's cartels had already announced price increases. Nevertheless, both sides had their appetites whetted. Labor determined that wage and welfare improvements were possible even when the particular industry in question was not doing well, and industry concluded that it was possible to disobey the law of the land and cause real economic dislocation in the name of the general interest. The labor export coalition was sufficiently intact, however, that the Reichstag, by an overwhelming margin including 30 of 45 DVP delegates, voted substantial public grant funds for the 250,000 locked-out workers. Yet, it was not strong enough to force the iron and steel industrialists to accept the original, procedurally correct, and state-sanctioned decision. The government had to devise an cyclical appeal procedure, which would incorporate demands for weakening the arbitrator's authority and the procedure itself. 69 Finally, the 4-month-old Grand Coalition government of SPD through DVP was itself weakened while tensions increased between the industrial and popular wings of the DVP and DDP. That the steel industrialists succeeded in politicizing capital's economic struggle on behalf of Die Freie Wirtschaft while undermining the legal arbitration structure is certain. That the Grand Coalition was given notice of heavy industry's opposition is also clear. On the labor side, skepticism as to what the unions might expect from SPD ministers was nourished. The terms of Severing's revision cost the employers only 1/3 of Joe Etton's original settlement and amounted to less than 10% of what the unions had initially demanded. 70 The party would soon attempt to compensate for disappointing the unions, who were now even further dependent on the state than before. As a mock probe, the outcome of the Ruhr lockouts was ambiguous albeit ominous for both the forces cooperating in the Grand Coalition and the social compromise embedded in the constitution. Riesch's threat to resign his leadership of the Langnamverein in protest over his COL League's inadequate attack on state authority suggests that even within heavy industry different strategies were contemplated. 71 An effort undertaken by the steel industry to defend free enterprise and resist state arbitration was settled, after all, by the arbitration of an SPD minister, yet one who, in the event, acknowledged the economic plight of the industrialists, particularly what seemed at the time to be declining domestic demand uncompensated for by rising indirect exports. All sides had had to trade off political and economic demands, and none could claim a decisive victory. After the lockouts and the start of the economic crisis, it became clearer to the unions that they had been unduly sanguine about industry's readiness to cooperate in the various measures designed to counteract the effects of the labor market. The unions' puzzlement was, therefore, somewhat tempered when, in 1929, most industries announced their unwillingness to raise their contributions to an unemployment insurance fund, moving ever deeper into the red. 72 Following the SPD's electoral victory, and only about 1 year after the unemployment insurance law was passed, union leaders in the ADGB began to articulate an offensive version of the doctrine of economic democracy, a political economic conception that would enable them to extend and broaden the principles of Sozialpolitik. Perhaps as a correlate to Hilferding's conception of organized capitalism, Fritz Naftali, Fritz Tarnow, Hugo Sinsheimer, Eric Nolding, and others, basing themselves in part on the theories of Austro-Marxists like Max Adler, devised a program for Wirtschaftsdemokratie or economic democracy. This 250/ new goal lay nebulously between the tragedy of socialism and the farce of worker participation or co-determination. 73 They both argued that capitalism had to be bent before it could be broken. A crucial weakness of this design for economic democracy was precisely its economism. 74 Economism just when the dominant classes were politicizing even the economic aspects of their struggle against organized labor, as heavy industry had in the Ruhr lockouts. Whatever economic democracy may have meant to its supporters, to industrialists it was folly and mischief, creeping socialism, to be opposed fully and quickly. Thus, Weber and Freud, more liberal industrialists who even supported the Grand Coalition, felt compelled to insist that we must counter the plan to reach socialism through democratization of the economy. Political relations have not led to the selection of the best and most capable. Economic is just as unlikely to. All Sozialpolitik must be limited by the productivity of the economy. Higher productivity cannot be achieved through economic democracy. There can be no fire and water economy. Coercive and communistic undertakings are like sand thrown into a machine. 75 A year earlier, Ludwig Kastel, business chairman of the RDI and also a liberal backer of the Grand Coalition, remarked, "It is grotesque that more than 3/4 of all Germans have social insurance, that the state's social budget had quadrupled since 1913 was a crime against the economy, worse now that the productive economy was to be turned into something democratic." 76 Other decidedly liberal industrialists, members of the DDP, and representatives of the dynamic export fraction, men like Robert Bosch, Ernst Laetz, and Max Levy, argued that economic democracy was pushing the entrepreneur into a corner. These proposals would take all freedom of movement away from the entrepreneur, leading him either to passivity or to reactionary tendencies. 77 Abraham Freud of the textile industry summed up the more generous critique in what must have seemed to him a self-explanatory proposition: Politics corrects, the economy produces, democracy is therefore an ideal in the former but a drag in the latter. 78. The basic point of contradiction had been reached and the basic conflict joined. The Union's desire to translate into economic terms what had been attained in the political realm democracy was too much for any fraction of capital to accept, even if the economic situation had been better than it actually was. 79 To complete political with economic democracy would have been a basic violation of the capitalist mode of production and a basic threat to the dominant classes. Fritz Tarnow could contend that capitalism was malleable and bendable, that it could be changed without being completely turned around all at once, that planned direction of the economy in the interests of the general public was a feasible goal even before political power is 100% in our hands, but his contentions were mere invitation to the subversion of political democracy, if not full-fledged counter-revolution. 80 At their most ambitious, proponents of economic democracy envisioned concurrent and interdependent advances in the economic and political realms. This was the old partnership between the unions and the party, but the position of an SPD lodged in the Grand Coalition could never be adequate to such an offensive strategy. Beyond that, however, the strategy itself was pre-winner of that second international economism-reformism which underestimated the importance of political struggle. 81 Indeed, the SPD was 252/ reduced such that its efficacy was measured by its ability to legislate economic gains, and, worse still, its legitimacy within the working class depended on its ability to defend economic gains militantly and successfully. An unsympathetic but perceptive observer like Riesch's assistant Martin Blank was able to summarize the situation quite easily. Not only the unions but the SPD itself stands or falls with the fate of unemployment insurance. 82 And fall it did. After 1929, as Germany's economic product first stagnated and then shrank, the dominant class fractions sought to unite politically and economically around a program based on dismantling labor's gains. Politically, their program manifested itself in undermining the Grand Coalition based on the alliance of organized labor and the dynamic export fraction of industry. Economically, the program called for a political and labor market struggle to improve profitability at the expense of labor and the state programs that had been working to labor's advantage. Industry's incessant demands for elasticity instead of rigidity in the negotiation of labor contracts was an attack on political wages and labor relations, not only those promulgated by state arbitration but also those embodied in public law and state spending. 83 The portion of the social product obtained by labor was to be reduced, while its share of the burdens of a lost war had to increase. Massive unemployment facilitated Wirtschaftspolitik as massive foreign credits had earlier facilitated Sozialpolitik. In both cases political coalitions were affected accordingly. The RDI Memorandum of December 1929, Recovery or Collapse, inaugurated the general offensive of capital, an offensive that heavy industry, for its part, had long sought and had attempted to begin somewhat prematurely with the Ruhr lockouts a year earlier. 84 The collapse of the Grand Coalition in March 1930, ostensibly over the issue of increased employers' contributions to the Unemployment Insurance Fund, was one major step in that offensive. The worsening economic depression and changing political conditions then fired capital's general offensive, and the corporatist patina of a pluralist democracy, of a state above classes and yet representing all classes, simply melted away. 85. 3. Implementing industry's program. Organized labor and the SPD had been somewhat successful in characterizing the Ruhr lockouts as an affront against the general, national interest, 86 but they could not disarm or split the general capitalist political, ideological and economic offensive launched in late 1929. The inauguration of class conflict from above and the shift in leadership within industry from the dynamic export to the heavy domestic fraction seemed to have caught the SPD off guard. 87 The Vorwärts, for example, responded quizzically and with undue surprise to the demands voiced in Recovery or Collapse and subsequent RDI memoranda. Industry is using the Young Plan as an excuse against labor. It went on to say that the RDI talked as if it wanted a feudalism of grand capital which would come at the expense of the general public and wipe out almost all the social gains of past decades, and that indeed the RDI program would yield 7.7 billion RM annually, almost all of it at the expense of the working population. Silverberg's is a plan for creating a fiscal dictatorship. He shows himself now to be an enemy not only of the working class and economic democracy, but rather of the democratic state altogether. 88. In essence, however, the Vorwärts was correct. Given a shrinking economic pie, such were the measures leading industrialists believed necessary for easing the burden of Sozialpolitik and restoring profitability. To bring the dynamic export fraction around to the program articulated in Recovery or Collapse, George Muller and Paul Silverberg emphasized the deleterious effect of labor's gains on those yet unconverted. The export strategy has not worked well because German Handelspolitik was stabbed in the back by social and tax policies. The kind of coalition politics which allowed that is now impossible. We must lower our costs, we must have a reduction in public and social costs whatever it takes. We need production, not consumption. A socialist collectivist tax and finance policy, a finance minister being used as a socialization minister is making success impossible for the private, capitalist economy. 89. 254 Reforms had to begin by cutting all public outlays at least 5% and all taxes except those on unnecessary consumption and untaxed government-owned installations. And the dynamic export fraction seems to have been convinced. Thus, a leader of that fraction, the welfare professor himself, Karl Duisberg, came around and announced in January 1930, fully aware of the political implications, that determining the breadth of the current crisis is the overburdening of politically supported high taxes, wages, and social welfare costs. Capital is being destroyed through the unproductive use of public funds. Only an immediate and radical reversal in state policies could help. Public funds for private businesses were, somehow, less objectionable. 90 representatives of capital repeatedly called for an end to the false popular prosperity based on foreign loans and labor's political pressure, and manifested in inflated wages and state spending at the expense of capital accumulation. Reparations were being paid without tightening the popular belt. The primacy of Sozialpolitik had led to half the national income being funneled through the state. Political wages were making much of German industrial production non-competitive abroad and hindering expansion of its markets. The appearance of national prosperity rendered revision of the Versailles Treaty less likely, and, finally, according to the RDI, coercive wage and arbitration measures attempted to pass the cost of wasteful and extravagant public spending from the masses onto the producers and their revenue. 91 Obviously questionable was the capacity of the Weimar Democratic Republic to restore profitability, alias a healthy economy. The deparliamentarization of political life, the weakening of the unions, and the internal dynamic of the economic crisis were, together, the primary motors in the dismantling of organized labor's economic gains and the entire edifice of Sozialpolitik. The ultimate goal of capital's offensive one it did not attain was control over the state mechanism sufficient to enforce its own economic demands and comprehensive enough to incorporate the divergent interests of its three primary fractions. 92 The political alternatives industrialists came to face were not of their own making, indeed, subjectively they frequently felt impotent in the face of political developments, but substantively they were able to make good use of the crisis. 93. State fiscal and social policies up to mid-1930 impeded an alteration of the distribution of the social product to capital's advantage. The attack on state arbitration was grounded in both hostility toward its outcomes and the conviction that it infringed intolerably on the rights of the owners of the means of production. Hence, the watershed Ehrenhausen arbitration decision of June 1930, which lowered wages 10%, mollified but did not convert the industrialists. Any substantial maintenance of unemployment and social insurance was rejected by industry not only because of a principled desire to balance the state's finances, and not only out of an unwillingness to maintain, let alone increase, their minimal contributions to those funds. Far more, these programs were undermined because they created a floor or base level for wages. They interfered with the normal market patterns of wages and labor during a period of massive deflation. 94 The collapse of the Grand Coalition left organized labor. 256/ without the political force necessary to save these programs. This is not to say that had the Grand Coalition not fallen when and as it did the various social programs would have been salvaged to a substantially greater extent, the SPD might well have presided over their dismantling. Doing so, however, would have been exceedingly difficult for a party whose raison d'etre had pretty much been reduced to defending the daily interests of the organized working class, as defined primarily by the labor unions. For that very reason, perhaps, the SPD permitted the Grand Coalition to collapse rather than attempting to make the calm promises and concessions which might have enabled it and parliamentary government to continue. 95. The government of Chancellor Brüning, which succeeded the Grand Coalition, was, however, itself rendered dependent on the SPD's toleration by the election results of September 1930. Consequently, the SPD was able, through Brüning's dependence on it, to participate indirectly in dismantling social programs even while exercising a considerable braking power that both limited the very dismantling and slowly undermined capital's confidence in Brüning's ability to get the job done. Eliminating the SPD from the coalition government was itself central enough to the representatives of capital, however, that a mere 4 months later Brüning was able to mandate increased contributions to the unemployment insurance fund exceeding those that ostensibly brought down the Grand Coalition. Certainly, other fiscal, social, and political measures under Brüning, as we shall observe, more than compensated for this, but such apparent anomalies underscore the conjuncture. Primacy of politics. This/ZO/F responsible posture on the part of the SPD cost it in support lost to the KPD, while the increasingly narrow and antisocial attitudes of the primary bourgeois parties cost them in support lost to the Nazis. 96. Put baldly, the KPD had been relatively unimportant in German politics between 1924 and 1930. The party had, with Soviet help, wrecked its organization and appeal in the course of its putsch fiascos in 1923 and the accompanying repression. By 1924 it could poll only 9.1% of the vote. Profiting from the general shift to the left in 1928, the KPD that year obtained 10.7%. Of course, neither the SPD nor capitalists spared the communists' venom, and both used fear of the red spectre freely. Nevertheless, the KPD was not a real force during these years in either the labor movement or the larger political arena. Its visibility far exceeded its strength. It was only as the Grand Coalition began to founder, and for the reasons elaborated here, that some worker support drifted from the SPD to the KPD. Thus, in the elections of September 1930, the SPD fell to 24.6% while the KPD climbed to 13.1%. Only with the massive suffering and radicalization of 1932 did the Communists become a real force, polling 17% in November 1932 at a time of full political crisis when power might have been available in the streets. During the years of stability, neither the KPD, the Communist splinter unions, nor the Communist caucuses within the ADGB unions made any demands qualitatively different from those of the Socialists. A theoretical commitment to the catastrophic collapse of capitalism was more than overshadowed by the party's strategic analysis of this as a period of capitalist restabilization. Consequently, communist demands, goals, and responses to the politics of Sozialpolitik were quite like those of the socialists, and, from the perspective of German capitalists, rather less threatening. In the years between 1924 and 1928 the Nazi vote fluctuated between 6.5 and 2.5%. Suddenly in 1930, the party garnered over 18% of the votes. The Nazis appeared as a radical, anti-system, social but anti-Marxist movement, capable of integrating disparate mid-DLE strata, many of which had not benefited from prosperity but were now being hurt by the Depression. At this stage, much of the Nazi vote was also a protest against the fractiousness of the non-Catholic bourgeois parties and the undisguised manner in which those parties frequently represented the interests of rich and powerful industrial and commercial groups who used a weak and corrupt parliamentary form of government as a locus for ore trading and double-dealing while ignoring the needs of the little man and the nation. 97. As Brüning attempted through 1931 to cut costs in all areas, he embarked, with the support of labor and the smaller export and finishing industries, on a modest program to have the cartels and monopolies of heavy industry lower their prices. Many industrialists in the export and processing branches supported such an initiative as crucial to economic recovery, but the increasingly dominant fraction of industry rejected the idea that regulation of the market by producers' combinations shared the blame in any way. Only one kind of combination was at fault. Private enterprise has not failed. Rather socialistically inclined political coercion had created all the burdens along with reparations. Not the cartels, rather wage and social burdens had made costs so high. The biggest cartel is the wage cartel. * 98 Next to the wage cartel of the unions there remained the spending cartel of the state which, according to Silverberg in July 1931, still following socialist ideology, is a badly run organ depending on us but willing to let us perish as it spends on. 99. To the determined industrialists, Brüning's were only half measures that whetted the appetite by pointing to, but not accomplishing, all that could be done to reduce wage and social costs. Even Eduard Hamm of the DIHT, one of the more socially progressive spokesmen for commerce and industry and a staunch Brüning supporter, was disappointed with the ability of the parliamentary system to adapt costs to Germany's situation. This emergency decree recognized the importance of capital accumulation even at the expense of social and wage progress. Together with the Hoover moratorium, this provides us a mere breather. The rigidity of costs remained a political fact because the people expected to live better after a lost war than before it, and the political system did not allow hard lessons to be learned. 100 Those spokesmen for heavy industry who from the beginning were less patient with Bruning's pace were fully disenchanted by mid-1931. A group of Ruhr industrialists expressed their belief that not much had changed in a letter to the Chancellor, just as the creditor countries do not take into consideration our ability to pay, so we entrepreneurs are treated at home. The burden of reparations and the extravagance of public spending continue to fall on us. We have no chance to make profits. And what we did earn was taxed away. We make the greatest sacrifices and are in turn made scapegoats for the mistakes of others. Self-help and private initiative. But economic policies are in certain regards worse than a planned economy. Outlays are fixed high by taxes, social costs, and coerced wages, while the income side is of not the slightest concern. It is the most urgent task of domestic politics to restore to business profitability, international competitiveness, and especially the possibility of capital accumulation. All other goals must be subordinated to this. With the economy stand and fall material existence, cultural life, the political organism, and national independence. It is absolutely essential that state administration be reformed, and all the collectivist and coercive measures eliminated. The tempo of the turnaround must successfully be accelerated. 101. These sentiments were then incorporated into a joint statement of German economic associations, which demanded of Brüning in October 1931 that he overcome this distress, not administer it. 102. Immediately before his dismissal at the end of May 1932, Brüning received a lengthy aid memoir from Kastel of the RDI, which indicate both industry's unambiguous and largely unsatisfied demands concerning social and fiscal policies, as well as its own dilemma in formulating the other components of a program for overcoming Germany's economic troubles. In regard to the former, this no longer seemed to be the same Kastel who, speaking for 103 the dynamic export fraction 2 years earlier, had described Sozialpolitik as an insurance premium against Bolshevism. 104 Speaking now for a changed RDI, he demanded free rein for Die Wirtschaft, no state role in reaching wage agreements, no arbitration whatsoever, rather, those who want to work should be able to sell their free labor in a free market. Further, 260 tax and tariff revenues should be used to encourage the economy, social welfare and state administrative expenditures must be cut further. National and local government administrations must be made fiscally responsible and their budgets balanced without tax increases. In brief, capital accumulation must be encouraged and all measures harmful to capital must be avoided in whatever sphere. 105 2.5 years of industry's pressing these same demands testifies both to their importance in the minds of industrialists and to Brüning's inadequacies or the inadequacies of the semi-parliamentary system itself. But if industry's program for labor was clear, its program for itself was not. The dominant classes had turned from a program of insurporting the interests of the working class to one of repressing those interests, but they were still divided on how to unify their own interests. Concerning this, Kastel's memorandum revealed a growing hostility toward agriculture's autarkic demands and an awakened interest in imperialist expansion, but there was scant suggestion of a positive program. A real recovery was possible only in an international context, for if reparations are to be paid, then other countries must accept and encourage our exports. Further, import bans and quotas were symptomatic of the inadequate attention being paid the export industries. Germany had hurt itself with its tariff increases, and Kastel felt compelled to remind the government that trade policies did not exist for the convenience of Landwirtschaft. Production could only be strengthened by expanding export markets and competitiveness. 106 Since the stalemated political situation between 1930 and 1932 failed to permit a total rollback of labor's gains and could not produce capitalist unity on other issues, representatives of both fractions of industry attempted to take advantage of the weakening of the unions to make a separate peace with them. Because the SPD remained more effective in the legislative arena than the unions did in the economic arena, industrialists tried to deal with union representatives directly, bypassing the political mediation of the SPD. If successful, such a strategy would reap the dual fruit of winning concessions in the workplace and weakening the SPD's electoral base and morale. This strategy was alluded to already in January 1930 by none other than D. Weisberg, who, after commenting that mass consumption theories may work in rich, self-sufficient America but could not work here, went on to bemoan the critical fact that unfortunately, workers' organizations are not pure interest representatives but rather are combinations bound to a party. 107 From about this time through the Schleicher interlude, attempts to divide the unions from the SPD were a key feature of industry's labor policy. As noted above, the ADGB's militant stand on unemployment insurance in late 1929 and early 1930 contributed substantially to the position adopted by the SPD and the fall of the Grand Coalition. That refusal/inability to compromise was a prime example of both how hemmed in by its economism the SPD had become and how Labour's reformist militancy fed the Republic's political antagonists. Socialpolitik had become not only the litmus test for governments but the very end of politics itself. 108 Whether or not the ADGB came to regret its stand, or should have, 109 It is undeniable that organized labor was weakened by the SPD's exit from the government, particularly as the economic situation deteriorated further rather than improving as had been expected. As tables 29 to 31 indicated, the unions remained successful enough in keeping production costs high that negotiating a separate peace with them was, for industry, still a worthwhile endeavor, one that might yield results more tangible than those an SPD-constrained Brüning could produce. This aspect of the class conflict assumed the form of private negotiations aimed at reaching common understandings. Of course, this did not preclude more militant actions, such as those suggested by Riesk, designed to break SPD and union influence on the shop floor and restore the old Herr-im-Haus discipline within the factory. 110 In mid-1930 Fritz Tarnow and Theodor Lippert of the ADGB were AP Prouched by Hans von Römer and Hermann Bucher of the RDI to discuss joint strategies for alleviating the economic crisis. Römer and Bucher were, as we have observed, representatives of the dynamic export fraction of industry and considered among the most socially progressive of industrialists. The four came close to issuing a joint statement on economic and social policy that might have revived the post-war Arbeitsgemeinschaften, but at the last moment the talks lapsed. Römer attributed their failure to the pressure of the steadily deteriorating situation, but subsequent research has indicated that representatives of heavy industry sabotaged the talks for fear that overly generous compromises were being made by the dynamic export spokesman on the wages question. Earlier, Castell had personally assured Hilferding that price reductions would follow wage cuts and that, if only for foreign policy reasons, most industrialists would go along with the results of joint deliberations. An editor of the Gewerkschaftszeitung even went so far as to say that these talks could prove a historical turning point, and we would bear the blame if we failed to heed the opportunity. An agreement with the entrepreneurs would help labor avoid a dictatorship, whether, as Tarnow added, under Hitler, Hugenberg, or Brüning via Hindenburg. 111. An associate of Römer's defended dealing with the unions while bypassing the SPD. Right now the unions are relatively reasonable, and something can be attained by dealing with them. The social democratic leaders, on the other hand, appear to be incorrigible. 112. In a move sponsored by Brüning and Labour Minister Steigerwald, representatives of the RDI and ADGB met to prepare a joint statement on overcoming the economic crisis for presentation to President Hindenburg and thence to the general public. Although there was some give and take, the talks floundered over whether reductions should come first in costs or in prices. This initiative was also torpedoed by leaders of Ruhr heavy industry who demanded that the ADGB openly renounce binding arbitration and acknowledge that return to the capitalist system is essential for the salvation of the economy as a whole. 113 The liberal fraction of industry continued to support both pruning and further negotiations with the unions, but it proved increasingly unable to assume that heavy industry would follow its lead in regard to either. While the dynamic fraction continued to see limited compromise with the unions as the best way to depoliticize labor and facilitate joint economic planning, the heavy industry fraction called for out-and-out defeat of organized labor first, then negotiation. The unions are still too strong now, for negotiations. First, individual battles, like those now imminent, must be fought and blows delivered. Only then will there be a situation in which the workers become disenchanted with their leaders. 114 The synthesis of these two approaches was bitter confrontation in all contract, labor market, and legislative matters, and cooperation in discussing the most general social, agricultural, and trade matters. Under whichever format, however, the deteriorating economic situation would ensure that the bulk of the concessions in matters of wages, prices, public expenditures, and state intervention came from labor. By the end of 1930, for example, industry's representatives no longer felt they had to acknowledge the principle of maintaining social insurance. At the behest of the Zentrum, the Christian Union seemed prepared to accept a new Bergfrieden, but the ADGB General Assembly rejected the recommendation of its leadership and voted to break off further discussions in January 193. 115 Following its own politics of the lesser evil, the ADGB leadership had urged a new Bergfrieden because in the current highly adverse situation the entrepreneurs hold all economic power in their hands. The chief weapon of union struggle is totally blunted. The fall of pruning would mean an administrative government and finally a dictatorial regime directed against us. In light of general economic and political conditions, Tarnow considered employer agreement to accept and maintain the wage contract a great success. A Bergfrieden will not hurt us in this situation. He considered it better to make voluntary concessions than have wages lowered by state decree. 116 In rejecting this plea, the Assembly delegates demonstrated an economism both more militant and narrower than even that of their leadership. The ADGB leadership had become more political since the debacle surrounding the fall of the Grand Coalition, but it did not convert the rank and file. A representa. 264 / Tiv of the construction workers put the matter revealingly and succinctly. Acceptance of this arrangement would mean the abandonment of all previous union victories. The unions have much too often subordinated their special trade interests to a general state political interest. Our responsibility in that regard must end when the interests of our own organizations are at stake. 117 Thus collapsed the attempt to create a systematic, corporatist structure for renegotiation of economic relations between wage labor and capital. It was supported, to varying degrees, by Brüning and Steigerwald, representatives of the dynamic fraction of industry, and much of the ADGB leadership. It was laid to rest by heavy industry and the union rank and file. 118 Several feeble attempts thereafter to revive joint negotiations failed. 119 Following the SPD's electoral losses in September 1930 and their own membership losses, the unions adopted a more generous attitude toward the Brüning government. Despite his government by emergency decree, they considered Brüning as operating in the spirit of the Constitution, and thereby as its protector, as working to prevent economic and political collapse, and as the last bulwark against National Socialism. 120 The unions in 1931 outdid the SPD in support of Brüning and perceived correctly, as did heavy industry, that union backing of Brüning operated to take the teeth out of more than one emergency decree. A weakened, tacit form of the labor export coalition still loomed in the background. Abandoning the now hopeless question of unemployment insurance and the worthless question of state arbitration, the ADGB in 1931 turned to proposing inflationary and counter-cyclical work creation programs, the 40-hour week, and civilian public works in particular. Even before these proposals evolved into the full-blown WTB program, with which Schleicher and Jarek were later to toy, they collided with the basic premises of Brüning's economic program: deflation and a balanced budget. 121 And it was only the rural elite which succeeded, with help from Hindenburg, in altering that aspect of Bruning's course. 122. Labor's call for active, counter-cyclical state intervention was basically an theoretical attempt to create jobs through and in the public sector, Sozialpolitik as Wirtschaftspolitik, high wages to increase consumption and thereby production, shorter work hours to create jobs, fiscal manipulation to flatten cyclical changes. That this later emerged, under very different political conditions, as the capitalist wave of the future is probably not something for which the unions ought to be blamed, even if the SPD did reject the WTB plan as unacceptable in principle, as non-political demagogy. Even for Hilferding, organized capitalism had been more a description of the present than a prescription for the future. 123 Counter-cyclical state intervention was, in the ADGB's view, a prerequisite for any real future capability to thwart and counteract the unemployment which our economy produces. In the future it will have to be the task of the state not only to counteract unemployment with social measures but rather to apply all forces to foster a positive, constructive organization of the economy. 124 But if the SPD's view of the economic crisis was either orthodox or abstentionist while the ADGB sought to be a certain type of doctor at the sickbed of capitalism, 125 Neither was in a position to affect the 266 policies either industry or the Papen government would pursue. Responding to the presentation of the WTB program, industry spokesman argued that not capitalism is at fault for our situation, but rather the decade-long attack against its fundamentals. Reflecting both the new balance of forces within industry and industry's abandonment of Brüning, Gustav Krupp, Duisberg's successor as RDI chairman, joined the attack on the ADGB's proposals, writing that further wage reductions were needed, not inflated wages. Elimination of the insurance principle in the event of unemployment was needed, not universalization of that principle. The free play of supply and demand, in which the cartels played a positive function, was to be encouraged, and even the illusion of state works programs was to be avoided. 126 The ADGB Congress of April 1932 was the occasion for a massive industry propaganda attack on the unions, who were held accountable for the undermining of the free economic system and its internal harmonic from 1918 on to the present day. The SPD and unions were held responsible for making the development of the private enterprise system impossible. The industrialists concluded their attack by claiming that, if production levels are down to turn-of-the-century levels, then public and social expenditures should be too. 127 It was precisely such a policy that the dominant classes expected from Papen's so-called new state and organic rebuilding of the economy in the second half of 1932. Whereas Papen, unlike Brüning, was prepared to take adequate and wholehearted economic and political measures against organized labor, his ascension exacerbated the conflicts among the dominant class fractions themselves, particularly those between autarkists and exporters. There was, however, no longer any question of retaining the organized working class as a base of mass support for the dominant classes and the state. To demonstrate the economic side of this, we need to review briefly some of the economic and social measures taken by the Brüning and Papen governments. The fiscal, credit, reparations, unemployment, and world economic crises all presented themselves as one bundle necessitating a unified and coherent approach not easily evolved in the political context of the Republic. From the time of his first emergency decree in June 1930, Brüning's strategy could be summarized as deflation, one he pursued in myriad ways. Through Hindenburg, he decreed higher worker contributions to the insurance funds while reducing the amount and duration of benefits. He decreed higher wage, head, Bacheller, beer, tobacco, and other consumption taxes, but lower wages and the re-emergence of the labor-capital conflict. 267. Taxes on capital. He ordered a shorter work week and lower civil service salaries, state spending, housing subsidies, and cartel prices, and he pursued an active policy to revise reparations while encouraging German exports. None of this seemed to work to anyone's lasting satisfaction, while at the same time his authoritarian style of government discredited Parliament, and his brutal deflationary policies deprived much of the population of any hope for improvement within the system. 128 His determination to balance the budget was a particularly hard blow to lower income groups of all classes. In December 1931 all wages were officially reduced to their levels of January 1927, regardless of existing collective agreements. 129 Prices, however, were not so easily altered by fiat as wages. Bruning's decree of a 10% reduction in cartel prices infuriated industrialists without securing full adherence, and industrial prices, like the cost of living, declined only about 10% between 1929 and the end of 1931, so that the price-to-wage ratio began rising again in late 193. 130 The bank crashes of 1931, the end to foreign credits, the decline of exports in response to the spread of the world trade crisis and agricultural protectionism, and Bruning's continued deflationary strategy led to further cutbacks in production and increased unemployment. By the time Brüning was ousted from office, half of Germany's union members were unemployed. Industrialists accepted production cutbacks and deflation and generally rejected counter-cyclical and inflationary proposals because of their overriding desire to lower wages and discipline organized labor. In a larger sense, too, they had, with few exceptions, consistently called for a return to capitalism, 131, and they expected the classical economic self-healing mechanism to work, especially if the dual burden of Sozialpolitik and reparations could be lifted. 132 Papen began his labor program by proposing further wage reductions. 268 of from 20 to 50% and formulating other policies to facilitate capital circulation and accumulation. In an attempt to mobilize support within the reticent liberal fraction of industry, he described his regime as the last real opportunity for the private enterprise system. He set about to abolish what remained of the unemployment and social insurance systems, replacing them with the simple, in-kind dole to be provided by already overburdened municipal governments. Unemployment insurance was reduced to a maximum benefit period of 6 weeks, and a novel neediness investigation was introduced. Numerous burdens were transferred to local governments, which were then punished for their alleged mismanagement. Many municipal governments were still SPD dominated, and so there occurred numerous small-scale Preußische putsches. 133 The various social insurance funds also lost their rights to administrative autonomy. A presidential decree of September 1932 provided industry with substantial general tax credits and allowed for payment of wages at below contract rates for new employees and in case of need. Under Brüning, the ability of the SPD and unions to influence policy had slowly been lessened to the advantage of the industrial and employers' organizations. The unions had even been constrained to collaborate in wage reductions and other anti-SOSM measures. Under Papen, the growing influence of the ministerial Bulletinreocracy was joined to the central leadership of industrial and agrarian organizations so that the influence of the latter became wholly transparent. Wage and contract matters were to be shifted from the labor to the economics ministry and Sozialpolitik reduced to a pure AP phenomenon of free market considerations. 134. During his 2-month tenure, Schleicher may have been attempting to reverse this 2-year-old development. Indeed, we have observed elsewhere that there were definite indications to this effect. Schleicher intervened to cancel wage cuts decreed by the Papen regime. He negotiated with Lippert and others from the ADGB on public works programs initiated by his Minister for Work Creation, Gunther Jarach, and Schleicher even began to win the grudging support of Severing and others in the SPD itself. 135 For whatever reasons Schleicher may have sought to return the unions, and perhaps even the SPD, to an active policy-making position, his efforts barely got underway before he was ousted from, and Hitler elevated to, the Chancellorship of Germany. What had begun as a conflict over distributing the costs of reparations and a worsening economic situation became a struggle over the very principles of a democratic Socialpolitik 136 embodied in the class compromises of 1919 and 1925-29 and embedded in the Weimar Constitution itself. Without control over how those who owned the means of production could dispose of their possessions, the unions were left vulnerable to changes in the overall economic situation, and their success was at least as much conjunctural as structural. 137 The growth of the reserve army of the unemployed could and did partially negate the effects of years of legislation, yet the unions and SPD remained strong enough to ensure that the overall economic crisis would be a profit crisis as well. German workers continued to be the best off in Europe. The economic conflict between labor and capital was politicized by the offensive of the latter, and the SPD could develop no adequate counter-strategy. Defense of short-run economic interests and support of the lesser evil deprived the party of any real initiative. The striking passivity of the non-communist organizations of the working class toward the end of the Republic resulted from their earlier inability to develop a strategy for achieving labor's social and political demands through reliance on mass activism. The reliance on the state, as in compulsory binding arbitration, and on state-sanctioned bargains among peak organizations proved inadequate. Neither Wirtschaftsdemokratie nor the WTB plan could provide a rallying point for popular energies. These plans conceived of social and economic conflicts as being resolved at the top, or from the top down, in the course of capitalist development. Both were productios-oriented and treated the question of control only secondarily. Socialist labor's consistent emphasis on underconsumption analyses of 270/ capitalism inadequate Kaufkraft left the rank and file membership with little to do during an economic crisis. Worse, once the pluralist democracy, class compromise model broke down, SPD and ADGB leaders were virtually helpless. During the massive crises of July 1932, all they could do was appeal to the workers to vote SPD. Earlier, in March 1931, the ADGB Vorstand had rejected a set of 12 rather progressive economic proposals recommended by Reichsbanner leader Horsing because, according to the Vorstand, they were too strongly political and agitational. When Horsing responded that this was precisely what was needed, Tarnow countered that for the terrain of the unions to be thus preempted by the Reichsbanner implies that we have failed in our responsibilities. And yet, though he rejected such an insinuation, less than a week later Tarnow admitted that he saw no way out of this total misery. Both Brüning and anyone who might replace him were intolerable. Still, the SPD should not seek power because the unavoidable tough decisions would necessarily lead to mass radicalization, and it was better that Brüning bear the onus. 138 The fear of mass radicalism and of a showdown with the right is transparent. Subsequently, this class conflict emerged as a key element in a larger political struggle over the form of state itself. It was not by chance that the last parliamentary government collapsed over a central issue of Sozialpolitik, and that the political influence of the dominant classes, if not of the bourgeois political parties, grew steadily thereafter. Grew, that is, within the limits set by their own internal conflicts. Our understanding of the interest conflicts that impeded the formation of a stable consensus among the dominant class fractions and a coherent economic and political program for which they could all stand would be incomplete without an appreciation of the unifying role played by the organized working class. Chapter 6. In search of a viable bloc. 1. Organized capitalism, fragmented bourgeois politics, and extra-systemic solutions. At several points we have noted the three sets of factors facilitating the development of organized capitalism in Germany, the lateness of industrialization and the commensurately increased role of the state even during the abbreviated period of competitive capitalism, the absence of a bourgeois revolution and the continued power of an originally pre-capitalist agrarian elite which feudalized the bourgeoisie in the course of a passive revolution, and the continued weakness of parliamentary tendencies in both Prussia and the Reich. 1. Through the mediation of a number of development tendencies, these factors went on to become part of what H.J. Pudel has labeled the prehistory of fascism. Among those were the privileged access of the estate owners to an intervention-oriented executive and an accompanying tendency toward corporate vocational organization and integration of the middle stand, both at the expense of parliamentarism. Beginning in the last quarter of the 19th century, the estate owners and heavy industry embarked on a joint course of protectionism which, with the support of the imperial state, facilitated a political alliance and ideological consensus among the owning classes. The rapid growth of the SPD and the workers' movement in general strengthened that Sammlung and added a bitter anti-socialism to the already articulated anti-liberalism and anti-Semitism. The resulting Darwinian, imperialist ideology of folkish nationalism proved to be a successful ingredient in the manipulation of the middle classes and the denigration of parliamentarism in favor of the strong state. To all this was, of course, a fundament of the pre-war Sammlung, and during the Weimar Republic it remained both a latent possibility for and an avowed goal of some representatives of the dominant social classes. Nevertheless, organized capitalism and fascist prehistory by themselves did not dictate that no way would be found to organize support for the Republic through a range of political parties. The class and fraction coalitions described in preceding chapters demonstrated that there was at least one alternative to the Sammlung bloc for organizing mass support. Indeed, that alternative was the basis for relative stability between 1925 and 1930. 3. However, the conflicts within and between the dominant economic classes and the costs exacted by the subordinate classes, primarily the organized working class, rendered that stability tenuous and, after 1930, beyond Germany's means. As we have shown, the unwillingness of organized labor to make far-reaching economic concessions for and the determination of both fractions of industry to restore the domestic preconditions for renewed profitability made stability based on the working class increasingly unfeasible. Yet, after the fall of the Grand Coalition, no viable Republican political formula or plausible grouping existed to stitch together a coherent economic and national program. The difficulty in constituting any viable grouping is demonstrated in Table 35, which arrays the divergence of sentiment and policy among key social groups and collective actors with regard to a number of crucial political and economic issues. The fragmentation this array reveals was a central factor in the weakness of all Weimar coalitions or blocs, and it affected the potential alliances of both social strata and political parties. 5. The positions ascribed here to the respective actors correspond to no specific date but do reflect our discussion in the preceding chapters. The table also underscores the difficulty of establishing any popular-based alternative to the Grand Coalition within the Weimar framework. A system and set of circumstances that institutionalized the conflict between organized labor and capital as the central axis of politics while at the same time aggravating tensions within the ranks of capital found it exceedingly difficult to aggregate the various broad middle stand strata. 6. And the cost of labor's support for the Weimar capitalist democracy proved excessive. Already in 1929 the RDI stepped up its attack on organized labor's wage exactions, overly generous Sozialpolitik, high levels of public spending, and the attendant fiscal crisis, and by March 1930 the Grand Coalition and the formal Labor Export Coalition collapsed. Weimar Germany after 1923 had been a capitalist democracy. After 1930 the SPD's and the ADGB's defense of labor's economic gains undermined the profitability of production and the process of capitalist accumulation. Capital responded by undermining the democratic political structure on the basis of which those and future gains were possible. 7. No longer were conflicts about short-term distribution questions, the question of production itself was at issue. Whether the possibility of socialist production was or was not on the agenda is not central. What is crucial is that capitalists found that their profits were being confiscated by foreigners through reparations and, more importantly, by organized labor through wage contracts, Sozialpolitik, and certain mechanisms operating through the democratic state. In effect, industrialists argued that minimally necessary profits were unavailable. For 3 reasons: the world economic crisis, which decreased the size of the total product or pie, the pressure of reparations payments which, they contended, was borne primarily by capital, and the profit and fiscal crises caused by the policies of the labor export coalition of 1925–30. 8. As we noted in some detail in Chapter 1, popular and electoral support for governments are conditioned by actions of private capitalists, accessions which, in a parliamentary capitalist state, lie beyond the reach of direct political intervention in the arena of private appropriation and investment. 9. Further, as the Hilferding Whistle dilemma demonstrated in all its sharpness, the state's resources and the ways in which they can be employed depend on revenues derived, regardless of the tax structure, from the accumulation process, not from the electoral process. The Hilferding Whistle severing dilemma was but a microcosm of the SPD and reformist dilemma. Once the economic pie ceases to expand, capitalists and the process of private appropriation will undermine that Philistine welfare democracy which taxes away all private capital, while its defenders are left without the means to defend their only asset and accomplishment, precisely because there is nothing left to tax away. 10. In a stable capitalist democracy, one could then expect voter desertion, the electoral defeat of the reformist Socialist Party and a new round of capital accumulation to expand investment and production. But, applied to Weimar Germany with its very strong and mutually antagonistic reformist and communist parties, a fragmented bourgeois political opposition, and no unified or coherent leadership of the dominant economic classes, an internal stalemate, the outcome was a crisis marked by the rupturing of links between representatives and represented and a catastrophic equilibrium that opened the door to extra-systemic solutions. 11. Of course, having the door open and letting Caesar/Bonaparte/Hitler in are two very distinct processes or acts. The collapse of the Republic and the Nazi assumption of power were by no means the same, even though many of the same actors appeared in both dramas. 12. That no stable ruling bloc could be organized under a democratic form of state did not, of itself, indicate that a fascist solution, whatever its nature, would follow. 13. But neither does recognition of the contingent nature of the Nazi victory mean that the problem of organizing support for the various dominant classes of Weimar society could be resolved within the existing framework of democratic politics. The conditions were present for a polarization of political conflict and its removal from the parliamentary theater, as well as for a possible capitalist-fascist alliance, an economic crisis in which the national product was insufficient to satisfy both labor's minimal wage demands and the minimally necessary level of profit, a socialist movement, which showed no signs of backing away from costly and successful economic demands, a mass authoritarian populism, which could be organized and harnessed politically despite the absence of any substantial economic unity, and a politically weak capitalist class frustrated with liberal institutions and prepared to support imperialist and anti-socialist movements in league with pre-industrial, statist elites. 14. The dominant economic classes and fractions did attempt, both before and after 1930, to organize their economic and political interests and ground them in a base of mass support. The Republic, however, proved to be a form of government which divided them, a form of state which highlighted the policy conflicts among the fractions and brought oppositions and competition to the fore. Certainly, it was not simply the nature of private appropriation which led Arthur Rosenberg to write 276/ that individual capitalist egoism makes national politics impossible in Germany. 15. The very imperfect attempts to overcome those conflicts, in the countryside, within industry, and between agriculture and industry succeeded, after 1930 or 1931, in creating a united opposition to the organized working class but failed to provide a positive program. What emerged was a stalemate, or a consensus only at the level of the lowest common denominator. There was no hegemonic fraction clearly setting the agenda and tone for the dominant classes as a whole. There was certainly a shift rightward after 1930, the formation of the Rural Green Front and its activities, the integration of the heavy industries demands by heavy industry, Stresemann's death and the departure of Curtius and Worth, the changing balance among the industrial organizations, and the replacement of the RDI's dynamic leadership by one more closely affiliated with heavy industry all testify to this. One can even equate this shift with the resumption of counter-revolution, 16 social and political, but this does not reveal why the links between representatives and represented broke and an extra-systemic solution became the most feasible. The dominant economic classes aligned with the Nazi Party, but that coalition was not their first choice. They entered into it because other solutions, over which they would have had more direct control, did not work. We leave aside the question of how the Nazi Party became as strong as it did. Those who voted for or joined it did so primarily for reasons other than those which led to its successful assumption of power. 17. One should, however, note the political factors that seemed to accompany the sudden growth of the Nazi Party beginning in mid-1929, the constant tension and hostility within the Grand Coalition cabinet, the accelerating attack on Sozialpolitik emanating especially from heavy industry, growing anti-parliamentary agitation throughout the right-ward changes in leadership of the bourgeois parties and the industrial and agrarian organizations, and the reappearance of the reparations. Question. But, the question remains how the dominant social classes found themselves in a position where the Nazi Party was the best choice they could make, despite the real risks of this alliance. Could no bourgeois political force organize the political unity of the dominant economic fractions out the diversity and fractiousness of their economic interests? Was no political unity possible and no mass political support available within the Republic, despite the single-mindedness of the dominant classes' anti-socialism? Were the maintenance of capitalist economic relations and political democracy so antithetical in this conjuncture that abandonment and undermining of the Republic were self-evident necessities for the dominant classes? 18. In a sense it is true that by 1932 few forces outside the SPD were concerned to defend the Republic, and, consequently, not much was needed to topple it. Since they were both demonstrably unable to organize mass support through the bourgeois parties and fearful of a possible socialist reparliamentarization, it is not surprising that industrialists finally turned to the Nazis. Neither was the behavior of the rural elite, military, or executive apparatus surprising. But scenario and cause are not identical. 19. What in the articulation of dominant interests led to the disintegration of the bourgeois parties and the rupture of links between representatives and represented, to the phenomenon of parliamentary cretinism and government by emergency decree, to the continuous narrowing of the locus of decision-making in both corporate organizations and the state, and to the increasing frequency and futility of the key process in Republican government elections. In the preceding chapters we have analyzed the conflicts within and between the dominant classes and fractions and between capital and labor. Here we continue with an examination of attempts to formulate a political consensus among the dominant classes and to ground that consensus in some party-organized mass constituency. 2. Collapse of the Grand Coalition, and without a beginning. The labor export coalition of 1925-30 was contingent on both the preeminence of the dynamic fraction of industry and the ability of the ZL% capitalist economy to afford the wage and social welfare gains demanded by organized labor. Even during the period of the parliamentary Grand Coalition, the alliance was tenuous and its two prerequisites were constantly called into question. The Ruhr lockouts of 1928 signaled the objections of heavy industry to both aspects of the arrangement, and in the course of the next 3 years its view increasingly prevailed. The Grand Coalition collapsed over the twin issues of increased employers' contributions to the unemployment insurance fund and the state budgetary or fiscal crisis. As we have already shown, however, the economy's tolerance of labor's demands was limited even before the onset of the Depression. 20. The SPD's and ADGB's call for economic democracy was viewed by industrialists as, at worst, a step on the road to socialism and, at best, a non sequitur. Democracy was a political concept that could have nothing to do with economics and production. Articulated by the structural reformist left of the SPD, the call acted as a red flag waved before industry, voiced by the liberal integrationist unions. The call promised to raise yet another impediment to profitable production and capital accumulation. Few capitalists believed that labor was simply giving up the ghost of socialism free of charge. Theoreticians and leaders within both the SPD and ADGB thought that economic democracy would mark a substantial advance toward the transcendence of capitalism and class society. 21 For its part, however, the RDI published its manifesto Recovery or Collapse and began its outright struggle with labor at the end of 1929. The Grand Coalition could have collapsed immediately after Stresemann's death 2 months earlier, but Labour's support was still needed for ratification of the Young Plan against the opposition of organised agriculture and heavy industry. It was a measure of Labour's economist success and Germany's temporary weakness within the international capitalist order, that the class collaboration bloc was brought down by a fiscal crisis of the state in conjunction with a political struggle to force employers to increase their contributions to the unemployment insurance fund. 22 The bourgeois partners in the coalition, including the Zentrum, had demanded a general easing of taxes on capital and production and increased taxation of consumption, together with substantial cutbacks in state expenditures. They wanted first to get rid of Hilferding, whose tax reform plans they considered wholly inadequate, then to reduce unemployment benefits, and finally to split the coalition and constitute a unified bourgeois bloc. 23 Their shared obsession with tax reduction mirrored the increased influence of their industrial and commercial wings and the commensurately lessened influence of their salaried employee constituents. Several feeble attempts at compromise indicate that industry was no longer interested in pursuing the coalition. The SPD's readiness to raise all taxes in a just manner was deemed inadequate. Already in May 1929 the Zentrum had disciplined its worker wing and joined the DVP's call for self-help and denunciation of Father State who provides all. Most of the SPD agreed with Rudolf Breitschied that the government's finance situation is not to be improved at the expense of the unemployed. On tax matters the SPD was willing to compromise, but on the unemployment insurance question the majority of the Reichstag delegation and union leaders felt obliged to stand by the workers, not to abandon them to poverty for the sake of a parliamentary coalition. 24. Indeed, precisely because the SPD had no program for changing the fundamental political and social relations of society on the basis of which it could call for economic sacrifices by the working class, the party had no choice but to defend the workers' short-run economic interests even at the risk of inviting counter-revolution as Varga had predicted. Hilferding himself regretted the party's and union's decision to reject Brüning's compromise proposal. For the sake of 30 pfennings for the unemployed and the unions, he told Gustavniski, the SPD abetted the sacrifice of the Republic and of democracy, the only framework within which socialism could be achieved. 25 Indeed, with the fall of the Grand Coalition, government by presidential emergency. 280/ decree did replace Parliament, and the SPD was forced to tolerate it, but had not the SPD been deprived of the initiative at a much earlier point? By 1930 the dominant social classes and bourgeois parties were simply seeking an excuse to resume the anti-democratic and anti-welfarist offensive, and one was almost as good as the next. 26. The complaints of the industrialists and the remedies implicit in those complaints indicated the direction policy would take under Brüning. Over a year later, after considerable retrenchment, Jacob Reichert of the Wiedersee could still write that it is beyond the capacity of any economy to turn over almost all of its receipts to the treasury and to the victors and at the same time to promote the welfare of all citizens. That was how to destroy an economy in which between 1913 and 1929 the national income had risen 55% while wages rose 130%, taxes over 400%, and social welfare costs over 500%. 27 Germany had become poor, but its politicians refused to act accordingly. Political life had reached a high point of fruitlessness. In July 1930 Brüning dissolved the troublesome Grand Coalition Parliament and enacted stalled and rejected legislation by presidential decree. He also called for new elections, which resulted in a huge Nazi success and further losses for the bourgeois parties. He could build no mass base to support the gradual implementation of his compromise program. 28 To his right, industry pushed for an attack on socialist dominance in Prussia, in general demanding, in Moldenhauer's words, Too much too soon and confusing the long-term goal with tomorrow's. While the dominant fractions in industry and agriculture were establishing new internal balances and formulating new visions of the national interest, 29 Brüning tried to implement policies consonant with their general interests. But what were those general interests beyond the rollback of working-class gains in labor contracts and state spending? What appeals could elicit or build mass support? Paul Riesk hinted at both the general interest and the popular, national program he and his associates expected of Brüning. The prescription for recovery is the same today as it was 5 or 10 years ago. Sacrifice and work, like old Prussia, we either hunger ourselves to the top or remain subservient. We have roughly the same savings as we had in 1895, and the state must return to the modest and simple principles of that time. As a nation we must appreciate the internal and external threats which make this an emergency situation like a war. We must have unity. Not only for the sake of the economy but also for the struggle against tribute payments and the Versailles. Our nation will make the needed sacrifices if it is promised reascendance. Yet none of this can be accomplished as long as the political fragmentation of the middle class continues. The parties have failed at this so completely that it has become the urgent patriotic duty of economic leaders to use all their influence to build a strong bloc of all those forces prepared to struggle for and on the basis of the existing economic order. 30. This statement, and its allusions, pointed to the Sammlung bloc and national reassertion. What the parliamentary parties could not accomplish was now to be undertaken directly by the economic leaders of the nation. The Burger bloc, which had not been forged by the bourgeois parties, and for which Brüning was acting as a surrogate, remained the political goal of the dominant classes. If such a bloc could be put together, then a quasi-parliamentary republic would remain possible. Otherwise, the choice could only be between some kind of dictatorship and power in the streets. The success or failure of Brüning's strategies would determine which. 3. The failure of Brüning's crisis strategy. Initially, Brüning enjoyed the support of the dominant social classes, but this support had flagged in 1931. His orthodox, deflationary policies, like those of the other Western governments, failed to end the economic depression. Further, he was unable to free himself completely of the economic demands of organized labor, and he could not reconcile the divergent and fragmented interests of the dominant fractions. The brutal deflationary fiscal policies * were also intended to demonstrate Germany's inability to pay reparations, and, hence, deflation sharpened international tensions. With the agrarians, Brüning believed that limiting agricultural imports might ruin the adjacent countries and incur 282/ them to oppose the continuation of reparations. 31 With the exporters, Brüning saw the necessity to keep the healthiest branch of the economy going, and he opposed autarkic measures. There simply was no way to accommodate export and rural interests simultaneously, and, as we have indicated, Brüning was ultimately forced to break with the rural elite. As early as January 1931, the agrarians of the Green Front attacked Brüning in a manner that underscored the precariousness of his coalition and the conflicts between two dominant fractions. Who is to blame for these catastrophic developments? The same circles of commercial and export industry interests which, harnessed together with the Marxists, previously deprived the German nation of the means of defense. The Brüning government is in hoc to them and therefore responsible. It must divorce itself from these Marxist and philo-Marxist forces. 32 Despite its hostility, the rural elite was less victimized by the government's deflationary policies than any other sector. Agriculture contributed only 5 to 7% to the state's resources, while over 4 billion Rm were transferred to it from the rest of the economy. Although Brüning decreed several wage reductions, the income levels of employed workers remained relatively high. In real terms, some even rose between 1929 and 1931. 33 And though it no longer tilted so clearly toward labor, the state compulsory arbitration mechanism still functioned, all to the great annoyance of heavy industry. Unemployed workers, however, were victimized by deflationary policies, and it was largely at their expense that the budget deficit was kept under control between 1930 and 1932 while unemployment doubled. 34 Reichsbank President Hans Luther impressed on Brüning that doling out welfare was cheaper and more judicious than creating jobs and would not revive the fear and danger of a new inflation. In general, Brüning's policies lacked coherence, so much compromise was necessary that consistency was virtually impossible. Brüning's residual commitment to constitutionality and his dependence on the SPD's toleration constrained him to provide heavy industry with less than it desired, while his deflationary economic policies prohibited the kind of fiscal, trade, and investment policies that might have stimulated at least the dynamic branches of industry. From the viewpoint of heavy industry, Brüning was from the outset too slow, indecisive, and too interested in having parliamentary majorities for his proposals. The results were unacceptable and half measures and inaction on central problems, tantamount, according to Hjalmarschacht, to moving full speed into cold Bolshevization. The death of all private initiative. 35 Paul Riesk indicated more specifically what industry wanted in June 1931. In a speech entitled Back to 1927, he argued that the cost of living has declined substantially since 1929 but wages and salaries have not. They must both be returned to 1927 levels, it is socially justified. In the case of public spending we need more than a return to 1927 levels, we need a basic renunciation of state socialist economic and finance policies. Not only a strong check on expenditures, but a thorough limiting of the state's intervention. 36 Of course 1927 was the year of Labour's largest post-1919 gains in Sozialpolitik, and, as Riesk's audience surely knew, 1927 corresponded in most other respects to 1913. Riesk's call for laissez-faire was certainly not favoured by agriculture, and not even by all industrialists. Some of the advanced, dynamic industries were disappointed that Brüning adopted no counter-cyclical and trade-inspiring measures. 37 others, in heavy industry, were faring so badly that they simply looked for handouts. 38 The one type of laissez-faire on which they could all agree, however, was that of the Herr im Haus, the capitalist as master of workforce and factory. In this vein, George Solmsen, board member of the Disconto Bank, used the occasion of a public radio lecture to discuss this most critical aspect of the relationship between politics and economics. The intervention of the state in the determination of costs has been extremely detrimental. Wage rates are no longer the outcome of supply and demand and freely reached agreements between employer and employee, they are determined instead by state arbitration, and this development must lead and has led to steadily rising unemployment. Rationalization has never been able to keep up, and there is no escaping the exponentially bad consequences unless that mechanism is dismantled. 39 Brüning could not do enough for industry to reverse this working class achievement state arbitration. Industry's own cartels, however, were another matter, they were sacrosanct because they were private, contractual arrangements. The government's arguments against their price rigidity and, finally, its decree of an across-the-board 10% price reduction brought howls of outrage. Brüning responded by telling a meeting of Christian Unionists that heavy industry talked only of wage elasticity while rejecting any supervision of cartel pricing. Heavy industry had refused to cooperate with the unions in a program of cost reduction, while Rhenish-Westphalian industry has for the past 30 years done nothing but cause every Reichschancellor grief. 40 As we shall see below, the Catholic Zentrum itself continued its move rightward and was by no means averse to corporatist and authoritarian schemes. 41, but Brüning would not be a simple instrument of industry or of capital. Under direct pressure from agriculture and heavy industry, and in response to the changes in leadership and balance of power within the RDI, Brüning reshuffled his cabinet in October 1931. Dismissed were Foreign Minister Curtius and Interior Minister Wirth, the two surviving staunchly Republican representatives of the bourgeois parties and the last remaining links to the period of labor export coalition. Neither their own parties nor the corporate interest organizations of the dominant social classes could tolerate their presence any longer. To shore up his declining viability, Brüning offered these and the finance and economics portfolios directly to leading industrialists. Albert Vogler, representing the heavy industry right wing, declined because Brüning could not promise to make the new government sufficiently dictatorial. Perhaps, too, he preferred to sink rather than save the ship. 42 Paul Silverberg, representing the moderates and with links to both the dynamic and heavy industry fractions, also refused the offer. He explained the grounds for his refusal to Krupp, the newly installed head of the RDI. Brüning no longer enjoyed the confidence or even neutrality of Western industry, which considered him too cautious, political to make the changes needed, even if he himself really wanted them, which was also not clear. Unable to elicit any at all tangible or clear indication of intent, Silverberg told Brüning that the general opinion was that up to now the government's policies have been decidedly hostile to business. I do not feel myself strong enough to be the only industrialist in the government. He wanted Schmitz, Vogler, and Warmbold to join him, and that they possess a sufficiently strong position in economic, finance, and welfare policies. 43 Silverberg seemed to realize the risks implied in so direct and personal an involvement of prominent industrialists qua industrialists in government, unless Brüning could guarantee them a political basis for their economic dictatorship. They could not appear as spokesmen for the national interest, but only as easily discredited representatives of special, selfish interests. Better to leave political decisions to the politicians, so long as those decisions were based on a correct understanding of national imperatives and could mobilize popular support while yielding at least minimally acceptable policy outcomes. In light of the dismal 1930 electoral performance of the bourgeois parties, 44 Parliament could not be a suitable theatre for the political expression of the will of the dominant classes. Brüning had eased this dilemma by removing policy making from the parliamentary arena, but policy outcomes remained unsatisfactory. The political unity of the dominant classes had still not been molded out of the diversity of their economic interests. At the start of the Brüning regime, Fritz Springorum had hoped for a change in this regard. We are fragmented and have no shared consciousness. We must bring together our broadest circles to fashion the expression of industry's political and economic needs. Needed was a unified fashioning of our will, in lieu of a single. 286/ strong force. There was only horse trading. 45 But none proved forthcoming. Yet if the Brüning government did not either broaden the base of the dominant classes or unify their interests, it did serve to limit the inputs of other social classes. Contrary to the contentions of West German pro-Brüning historiography, a few political or economic figures expected his government to be the temporary dictatorship that saved the republic. Except for the SPD and a few souls in the Zentrum, DDP, and DVP, Brüning's non-parliamentary government was a welcome first step in the deparliamentarization of political life. 46 Certainly very few rural producers, and few industrialists, manufacturers, or members of the petite bourgeoisie saw anything to be gained by a move back to parliamentary rule. Even a considerable number of union leaders came to think that their interests could be attended to by non-parliamentary governments. Deparliamentarization would not resolve the conflicts within and between the dominant social classes, but it would facilitate their management. Chapters 2 and 3 analyzed how dominant classes and fractions attempted, through their own corporate economic organs and with the assistance of state apparatuses, to resolve or at least transcend these conflicts, in the light of both changed economic and political circumstances and their own production requirements. Under parliamentary rule, the shifts and sta that resulted would have exacerbated rather than dampened conflicts. One of the leading newspapers close to heavy industry described the place of the Brüning regime rather trenchantly and crisply. Brüning's political function can only be described, to borrow a phrase from Bismarck, as the precursor or early fruit of a national dictatorship, i.e., it accustoms the nation to dictatorship and makes it possible for its successors to justify themselves by referring to their predecessors. 47. It was especially in the realm of tax changes and rural aid that Brüning eased the transition to dictatorial depoliticized rule. The Osthilfe legislation, for example, was possible only in the absence of parliamentary debate. Quickly, however, this pattern spread to all policy areas. In 1930, Parliament enacted 98 laws, whereas 5 were implemented by emergency decree. In 1931 the legislature passed 34 laws, and the President decreed 44. By 1932 Parliament could agree on only 5, while Hindenburg ordered 66 into effect. 48 At a joint meeting of the RDI and Green Front in March 1930, Andreas Hermes called for the removal from the parliamentary scene. Representatives of the RDI responded that that goes for the entire area of economic and finance policy. The revulsion toward parliament is general. Their members fleeing them, the unions are desperately seeking to open contacts with industry. 49 This depoliticization was accompanied by the increased importance of trained and neutral specialists, who frequently linked the corporate organizations of industry directly to the ministerial and military bureaucracies. Organizations like the long somnolent Reichseconomic Council were suddenly touted as founts of wisdom, where employers, producers, workers, and consumers could cooperate as estates. It was quite in vain that Karl Landauer of the liberal and insignificant DDP warned that, for the common weal, it would be a terrible loss to remove decision-making from the public light of Parliament and have it placed in the twilight councils of the leading corporate interest organizations, the parliamentary electoral field. Throughout the state organism, reinforcing the relative power of the bureaucracy, of high finance, and generally of all bodies relatively independent of the fluctuations of public opinion. A crisis of authority is spoken of. This is precisely the crisis of hegemony, or general crisis of the state. 62 Well into the Weimar crisis, the interests of the dominant classes were represented by several parties, and in some respects by all of them, regardless of the specifics of their platforms or electoral constituencies. 63 Vulnerability to particular interests plagued the bourgeois parties from the start of the Republic. 64 Until its decline in 1928, the DNVP was a successful conservative party based primarily, but not exclusively, in the countryside and on the rural elite in particular, although some of the most conservative industrialists supported it. We have shown in Chapter 2 how, as the party came under the control of Hugenberg's extremists, several groups split from it to form narrow governmentalist conservative parties based on peasants and small property owners. It is noteworthy that some of these fared quite well in the elections of 1928 and 1930. Even more than the DNVP, the Zentrum remained, despite its changing politics, something of a Volkspartei for Catholics. Despite its reputation as the party of commercial and small industrial interests, the DDP drew its support from a variety of liberal, big city groups as well as from some dissident peasants. The DVP was considered the party of heavy industry and high finance, but it received important electoral support from salaried employees and the self-employed. Thus, like the economic and ideological desiderata and preferences of the dominant class fractions themselves, the bourgeois parties remained fragmented and identified with specific interests despite their having much in common. 65 It would seem, therefore, that each of the dominant fractions had its party, but that none, by itself, could provide an adequate base of electoral support. For historical reasons we have discussed, landowners were far better and more durably organized politically than industrialists, and this provided the rural sector with disproportionate weight in resolving most conflicts. In contrast, industrial interests were spread across several parties with cleavages mirroring economic competition, ideological divergences, historical inheritances, and the egoism of private interests. The industrialists had so many parties it was as if they had no party. This does not, however, seem to have been their intention. 66. In the 1928 election, the primary non-Catholic burgher-like parties polled a mere 28% of the vote, in 1930 an even lower 17.5%. In both cases, 4 or more bourgeois splinter parties together received over 13% of the vote. In the former instance, only SPD and Catholic participation made a majority possibly, in the latter, over half a dozen parties were needed to attain a governing coalition, which had received only 37% of the vote. 67 Small wonder that overcoming fragmentation was very much a concern of industrialists. 68 Their ideologists and leaders were intent on adding to the representation of interests the representation of a bourgeois worldview. But that was underdeveloped in Germany to begin with, and post-1924 developments did nothing to foster such a Weltanschauung. The parties were increasingly unable to draw living forces into themselves, more and more Straiten needed to find new forms of political, spiritual representation, which they found in the movements. 69 For all their awareness of bourgeois political fragmentation, the industrialists' conception of unity was mechanical balancing interests and failed to appreciate popular and ideological considerations, with the important exception of nationalism and anti-Marxism. Thus, Max Schlenker noted at the April 1930 Langnam-Verein meetings, economic leaders have so far badly failed and not presented a united front in politics. Unity and decisiveness seem to be present only among the enemies of the entrepreneur. On the other hand, are hopelessly fragmented, and lack the political impact which our importance for the future of the nation and the economy would dictate. Support too many parties the uniform determination of the Marxist groups. Politics can only be overcome by politics. 70 Industry helped fund up to 7 different parties, but by 1932 they accepted the Papen government, which was formally neither supported by nor dependent on any of them. At least since 1924 the primary bourgeois integration parties had been breaking up into their constituent social groups. Each formed a party that emphasized limited and particularistic economic interests. Among them was the Wirtschaftspartei, an old middle-class, urban homeowners party, which sought to regain what the inflation had taken from them and given to big business and organized labor. 71 In Chapter 2, we analyzed similar developments in the countryside in 1928 that led to the founding and success of the Christian National Peasant and Rural People's Party, the German Peasants' Party, and the Pseudo-Tory Democratic Conservative Volkspartei. It is noteworthy that these special interest defections afflicted the right as well as the left of the bourgeois parties and that countless attempts to unify these and the primary parties failed, often they only worsened existing personal antipathies. 72 No reintegration took place until the great successes of the Nazi Party overcame bourgeois and middle-class economic divisions under the banner of an authoritarian, anti-socialist, popular imperialism. Rather than examining the various attempts to unify the bourgeois parties, we turn instead to look at what weakened them and tore them asunder, what broke the link between representatives and represented, between party and constituency. It is noteworthy, however, that between 1930 and 1933 each successive attempt to unify the bourgeois parties found its center of gravity further and further to the right until authoritarian, anti-democratic preferences, including for Hitler, came to take precedence over any of the pre-existing Mittelparteien, even in the eyes of the politicians themselves. 73 As noted, its all-Catholic, socially mixed constituency helped Gür. The Zentrum and almost fixed 15% of the electorate. Yet the party moved rightward, beginning in the countryside with the 1925 presidential election and the pro-Hindenburg defections. From the countryside this drift rightward spread to the cities, especially after 1928. 74 The changes in the party were reflected in the different figures who dominated it during the Republic, from Matthias Ertberger, whom industry considered the most dangerous socializer of them all, to Baron von Papen and Prelate Koss, via Wirth, Hermes, Brüning, and Steigerwald. This shift could be accomplished relatively smoothly, however, because in Koss's words, people do not join our party, they are born into it. Since it was much less vulnerable to fragmentation, the Zentrum after 1924 came to play the pivotal role in all governing, and especially bourgeois, coalitions. 75 Beginning in the mid-20s, there were growing social tensions within the party, these were repressed by the heightened role of clerics, who also led the party to the right. The corporatist, anti-liberal, and anti-socialist traditions of the Catholic social movement were re-emphasized after the 1928 elections, in which the Zentrum suffered an 11.4% loss of its previous support, most of it to the SPD, and the largest single setback ever. 76 attempts by the party's labor wing and its newspaper, Germania, to slow the Rome-sanctioned move to the right failed. When, just before the collapse of the Grand Coalition, ex-Chancellor and staunch Republican Joseph Wirth remarked that it is the historical mission of the Zentrum to mediate between the DVP and social democracy, he was informally censured by the party hierarchy. 77 Thus, the Zentrum was the negative case, a bourgeois party with a mixed constituency it managed to retain despite sharp shifts in policy and political function. Not so the DNVP. Initially, the DNVP stood for total opposition to the Republic, the unity of the No. But after the stabilization of the Republic and the defeat of left-wing insurrection by 1924, various constituencies within the DNVP, especially in the countryside, set about defending their daily interests within the Republican system. The split between Hugenberg's rejectionists and Kuno von Westerp's compromisers, as well as the divisive question of monarchism, led to heavy electoral losses in 1928 and 1930. While a series of rural leaders argued for participation in order to move governments to the right, Hugenberg's capture of the party chairmanship in 1928 split the party once again and marked a return to the earlier radical opposition to both Weimar and Versailles. 78 Hugenberg ignored the shrinking of the party's constituency and blamed the losses on the collaborators, whom he accused of following narrow economic and vocational interests rather than what he perceived as long-term political considerations. The schisms led to the founding of the CNBLP, Conservative Volkspartei, and Populist Christian Socials, while Hugenberg led the DNVP in joining Hitler in the Hartberg Front in opposition to the Young Plan and to the Republic. The ultras in industry and agriculture who supported Hugenberg's strategy ignored the party's internal breakdown and electoral collapse, and refused those overtures for bourgeois unity which they thought would dilute their stand. Hugenberg utilized his press and film empire to attack the Black-Red coalition in Prussia and reject the Brüning strategy of crisis management. By mid-1931 a purged DNVP declared itself for a restored monarchy and a struggle alliance with the NSDAP. Together they walked out of Parliament. 79 Rejecting calls from the salaried employee affiliates of the party for a popular and socially minded conservatism, Hugenberg, assisted by the rural radicals in the RLB and mining interests, pursued an undiluted line of a bloc not a porridge. 80 The DNVP left the defense of daily interests to those parties which split from it, it concerned itself with pure political struggle against the Republic. In this struggle it recruited for the Nazis among former conservatives, especially youth, and aspired to conservatize and civilize some of the plebeian and avowedly socialist elements among the National Socialists. By 1933 it abandoned the effort to be the tail that wagged the dog and joined the ranks of those who enjoyed the apolitical right to make money. The DDP was a spent force by 1928, if not already by 1920. That weak liberal bourgeois impulse which survived the events of 1848 and in search of a viable bloc/297. 1870 was successfully encapsulated in Wilhelmine, Germany, 81 but experienced a brief efflorescence between 1918 and 1920 as a result of the collapse of the empire and the victories of the working class. The culmination of the DDP's efforts was the actual framing of the Weimar Constitution. Together with the SPD and a leftish Zentrum, it brought liberal democratic constitutional structures to Germany. Founded, financed, and controlled by representatives of the dynamic fraction of industry, commerce, banking, and small manufacturing, the DDP was staffed by liberal intellectuals and publicists, the Bildungsbürgerdom. Its diverse initial constituency consisted of South and Northwestern peasants, various anti-socialist, anti-monopoly middle-stand elements, and middle-class Jews. It did not take much to break that grouping apart. The tensions between peasants and urban commercial interests were particularly sharp. The DDP's attempts to defend the interests of feet-short peasants against the estate owners and the Osthilfe went unrewarded. 82 Once the SPD moderated itself, friendly opposition could be replaced by upfront, offensive opposition, and by 1920 most DDP voters had moved to the DVP. Quickly, the DDP was burdened with having subordinated itself to the SPD, and with the pressure from the left removed, that burden proved fatal to the DDP. 83. The party's gradual and then sharp move to the right after 1929 reflected the changed posture of the dynamic fraction of industry, but it was too late to do any electoral good with the middle stand. Thus, a Dr. Goldstein of Flagau warned his DDP colleague, Agriculture Minister Hermann Dietrich, that we have become an appendage of social democracy, always criticizing its failures but never hindering it with a no. The consequence has been that the middle class and peasants have abandoned us. With the SPD it is impossible to undertake fiscal reform of which it was incapable, nor make the needed cuts in state sector spending. 84 Because of its pivotal role in any industry-labor coalition or bloc, the DDP during the middle years of the Republic had continued to enjoy governmental and ministerial responsibility despite its lack of real power within any sector of the electorate. DDP industrialists criticized what they considered deficient political coherence. Formally it supported a free, liberal capitalist economy and full PAR. 298/ Participation in the world market. But the Young Democrats are almost reform socialistic and fully betray any liberal democratic perspectives. Whatever success we have had among entrepreneurs over the past years have all been fully destroyed by the economic, fiscal, tax, and social policies of our legislative representatives. The party lost all the supporters of free enterprise without winning replacements. It forced some to the right while recruiting for social democracy. 85 The German bourgeoisie may have abandoned the bourgeois revolution at so early a point that there was little potential constituency for the DDP to represent. But the DDP did have a cadre of journalists who provided some of the most astute observations on that very bourgeoisie. The German bourgeoisie suffers from a pathological lack of responsibility and self-confidence. The stigmata of its degeneration go back to its never having won or even struggled to obtain the status or tradition of a ruling class. It worries about effective slogans while it is incapable of directing or pointing the way beyond anything more than a call for its unmediated material interests. The Bürgerdom consumes itself in its individual interests and can act toward no other end. 86 Such a bourgeoisie could generate no party to organize its interests and convert them into a national interest. The DVP played a more decisive role than any of the other bourgeois parties in the abandonment of the parliamentary and republican form of state. The rupture of links between representatives and represented in the DVP contributed more to the general crisis of the state than did similar breaks in other parties because, both in its personnel and its policy positions, the DVP was the party par excellence of the big industrialists and bankers who dominated the economy. 87 Its leaders attempted to strike a balance between popular appeal and handmaidenship. Stresemann leaned toward the former, his successors, sometimes ambivalently, sometimes wholeheartedly, opted for the latter. Stresemann perceived the long-term interests of German industry as best served through a national, interclass compromise directed toward restoring Germany's place in the world economy. A number of factors we have examined rendered that a viable program, and he cajoled and dragged most of his colleagues along. Operating under changed circumstances, however, his successors, Ernst Scholz and Eduard Ding-Elde, determined that labor was to be fought not bought and the parliamentary system undermined not buttressed. With the help of the 4 million-strong National Association of Commercial Employees, Stresemann and his allies had attempted in 1928 and 1929 to reorganize the DVP and change it from the class party of industry to a Volkspartei, to be sure, one with an anti-socialist ideology, yet capable of promoting social and liberal welfare programs. With Stresemann's death, the industrialist wing of the party not only swept the DHV insurgents aside, 88, but it even tried to eradicate the influence of Stresemann's junior partner and Grand Coalition enthusiast, Julius Curtius. Not only did the industrialists pull the DVP out of the Grand Coalition as soon as possible after Stresemann's death, but they apparently believed that DVP leadership in the struggle against socialism was a prerequisite for the formation of a united Bürgerpartei. Presumably intelligent industrialists contended that the more clearly the DVP stood up for industrial interests, the more popular it would become. 89 It did not particularly concern them that the party would attract more adherents through universalist appeals than by eliminating political ambiguity. The middle stand could certainly prove to be a reservoir of voters who agreed with the industrialists' opposition to exaggerated parliamentarism, but the DVP industrialists refused to yield and reach a compromise equilibrium on social welfare measures that were as dear to salaried employees as to workers. 90 In opposition to the RDI leadership and the dynamic fraction of industry, the DVP even recalled its own minister, Paul Moldenhauer, from the Brüning government, because as finance minister, he demonstrated 300/ insufficient alacrity in dismantling social programs and arbitration procedures. 91 As we have shown, the industrialists, by 1932, came to hold the same opinion of the Brüning regime as a whole. Even before its fall, the DVP split over continued support of Brüning's party-linked government. 92 By mid-1931 the party added to its previous social and economic demands the call for an army-supported presidential dictatorship, the elimination of Prussia's independence, complete freedom for the employer in contractual, wages, and hours matters, the readoption of black-white-red as the national colors, and freedom for colonial activity. 93 Little in this program could inspire popular as well as industrial enthusiasm. In most respects, heavy industry triumphed more easily within the DVP than within the League of Industry. The ideological battle within the DVP between industrialist backers and salaried employee representatives was conducted forthrightly. Thus, Hans Beckley of the salaried employees of the DHV wrote to Ding LD summarizing his position in November 1931. That unions are here to stay and are the only form through which the masses can be bound in a positive sense to the state and the economy. The party must put itself before all Germans. It is finished as a Volkspartei and will become an insignificant interest party. Never before have the employers and their spokesmen rode so roughshod over the line of the party. There seems to be no more room in the DVP for employees. It is intolerable that wages and salaries are repeatedly discussed as if solely they were responsible for our poor economy, with silence on how low they have in fact already sunk. 94. By the end of 1931, Beckley was prepared to quit the DVP, and many of his followers had begun to vote Nazi. The verdict of one-time DNVP chairman and co-founder of the conservative Volkspartei, Westerp, was quite similar. The number of those who will vote for a pure industrial interest party is obviously minuscule. But that is what the DVP has become, a certain group of industrialists whistles and Ding LD dances. A worldview had been replaced by narrow interests. Westerp stated that in Stresemann's day there were struggles between employers and employees, but he tried to be objective and remain socially minded. But today the party never musters the courage to oppose the employer and industry groups. 95 Industry had become unwilling to incorporate the interests of subordinate classes, unable to organize its own interests except in the most limited manner, and it was in no position to portray its interests as national, rather than selfish interests. Otto Thiel hammered this home to Ding LD, pointing to the consequence. Currently salaried employees are very dubious as to the goodwill of employers. No joint committee between them and workers has come to be. When Stresemann was chancellor in 1923 he rejected employer attempts to curtail sharply or eliminate compulsory arbitration. The Employers' League was furious. The Nuremberg Party Convention embraced my position on social policy. Now our party leaders are seen throughout the land backing social reactionary policies, while recognize the Endstab as allies. It is nearly impossible to resist the exit of salaried employees from the reactionary DVP into the camp of the social radical Nazis. 96 Logically enough, Beckley and Thiel left the DVP when it formed an electoral alliance with the DNVP in 1932, and they went over to the Nazis precisely because they were social, not reactionary. By late 1931, heavy industry had taken complete control of what remained of the DVP. The result was the party's no-confidence vote against Brüning in October and the departure of ministers Curtius and Wirth. Von Gilsa wrote risk of the success of heavy industry's plan. The vote of the majority against the Brüning cabinet can be attributed to this. Next was to come, 1. Purging the 302/ party of those elements that voted for the Brüning cabinet or abstained. 2. Insertion of the purged DVP into the national opposition as an autonomous group. 3. Only after the purge would it be right to give the party money, and then only enough to keep it needy. 97 By early 1932 Ding LD had to plead for money at the doorsteps of Ruhr industrialists. Their preconditions remain the same: purity in representing the interests of the entrepreneur and the unity of all those prepared to do so. Or, as Riesk told the party leader, "To my great regret, I must refuse to provide financial support until serious movement toward unity among all the parties between the Zentrum and the Endstab is accomplished." All imaginable promises to this end were made but not one kept. In response to Brüning's fall and the upcoming elections, Otto Hugo noted obsequiously that the gentlemen of industry fully agree that the DVP and DNVP could run together very well, in fact, they could merge. 98 Indeed, throughout 1932 industrialists attempted, with both carrot and stick, to force the bourgeois parties to merge, seeming never to realize how Pyrrhic a victory that would be, for in the course of their efforts they had contributed to destroying the bourgeois parties as viable links between representatives and represented. 99 Since their own economic interests remained divergent, however, they could not settle on policies to be implemented by Papin's fully authoritarian or Schleicher's social military regime. 100 As we have shown, those governments could organize no mass support in any case. The result was that while cliques quarreled and conspired, the crisis of authority grew acute. The door to an extra-systemic solution had opened. Who would greet the savior? What were the stages in the formation of an alliance between the dominant social classes and the Nazi Party? 5. Toward the extra-systemic solution. Despite its own internal conflicts, by no later than April 1930 industry as a whole had called for an entrepreneurial offensive, which for many would necessitate a new state leadership and possibly, according to the Langnamverein Convention, a change in the system itself, a possibility from which we should not shrink. Important sectors of heavy industry and agriculture had already determined in 1929 that their miserable economic situation was due much less to cyclical economic developments than to the system and its operation. 101 They preferred an authoritarian regime and, as we have seen, expected that Brüning would provide that, despite his initial commitment to independence on the parties. It was not enough to recognize abstractly the importance of capital accumulation, as Brüning did. It was necessary to organize mass support in its favor, and if that could not be accomplished through parliaments and elections, then other corporate, vocational, and organic forms merited consideration. In this spirit, Paul Silverberg told the relatively progressive DIHT that Napoleon was correct: politics determines fate, not economics. 102 For the great majority of industrialists in 1931, this still implied a system-immanent solution grounded in a military-supported, strongly authoritarian regime legitimized by Article 48 of the Weimar Constitution. In a 14-page letter to Brüning in August 1931, Ruhr industrialists catalogued their political and economic demands, the final one being that the tempo of the changeover must be accelerated. 103 Shortly thereafter, however, Riesk announced that, despite the rollback of many of the revolution's so-called achievements, trust in the government is rapidly disappearing, its hesitations and delaying tactics are no longer comprehensible. 104 The bank crashes of that summer and the Allied veto of the German-Austrian customs union had added to Brüning's troubles. By October, various industrial agents found their way to the Hartberg meetings, and President Hindenburg, among others, was exploring means for taming and integrating the Nazi Party into the government, for which purposes he and Hitler met. Interest in the mass-based possibilities of a reformed Endstab grew, and Hitler became an increasingly popular figure on the dinner and lecture circuit, expanding his contacts beyond the old Wiesenkerdorf-Vogler crowd. 105. During the last quarter of 1931, Bruning's stock declined precipitously while that of the Nazis rose. By year's end, an associate of Riesk could describe Brüning as one who for years has made compacts with Marxism while treating the national freedom movement the same as Moscow followers. 106. Brüning's ban of the SA and SS and his agreement to sponsor Hindenburg's re-election campaign in concert with the SPD were, perhaps, the last straw for heavy industry. Brüning stumbled through until May largely because of in-progress negotiations on the suspension and revision of reparations. Finally, agrarian Bolshevism led Hindenburg to abandon him, and he fell. Papen's ascent represented a victory for heavy industry and agriculture, but it did not solve the problem of a mass base. It was toward this end that contacts with the Nazis were expanded, especially after their succession of election victories, with the hope of taming them into providing the mass base for a Papen-type regime. 107. Not a single member of the Papen government was a parliamentary deputy. As Papen's policies increasingly drew the opposition of industry's dynamic export fraction, this goal took on greater urgency. By mid-1932 the vast majority of industrialists wanted to see Nazi participation in the government with either the Zentrum or the DNVP, but the possible format remained in dispute. We have examined in detail the conflicts within and between the dominant social classes that rendered impossible a consistent and coherent set of policies capable of satisfying all the fractions. An anti-Marxist, imperialist program was the least common denominator on which they could all agree, and the Nazis seemed capable of providing the mass base for such a program, despite the anxieties and uncertain ties their plebeian and populist demagoguery sometimes occasioned. We do not concern ourselves here with the roads traveled by individual industrialists or estate owners, or groups of them, in coming to support the Nazis or, finally, in elevating Hitler to the chancellorship. 108. Rather, we concern ourselves with how industrialists and estate owners, in light of the Nazis' independently achieved successes, attempted to insert their interests into what Bracher has called the power vacuum of the last 8 or 9 months of the Republic. Heavy industry had scored a symbolic ideological victory already in April 1930 when Brüning reluctantly entertained the appointment as Reichspresschef of Fritz Klein, editor of the heavy industry-connected Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung. This promised to be a culminating triumph, for through Hugenberg, the RLB, and a few others, the non-party mass press, especially outside of Berlin, was effectively controlled by heavy industry and the rural elite. Riesk could report that a speech he gave on solutions to the economic crisis was favorably excerpted or reproduced not only by the state radio but by about 1,600 urban and rural newspapers as well. 109. Together with some Catholic and sympathetic Lutheran clergymen, the Langnamverein drafted pamphlets and newspaper articles for the uninformed reader and later set up a program to help represent the interests of the economy more effectively among the clergy. 110. Uninformed readers were apparently to be found in the army as well, to enlighten them and their kin. 500,000 copies of the Langnamverein booklet Why Unemployment were distributed to soldiers and ancillary personnel. For the more informed, the Langnamverein sent Schlenker on a speaking tour. Beginning in September 1931, he lectured at military schools and to officer corps on the objective economic situation free of political tendencies. 111. Although still at a stalemate on numerous economic and political policy questions, the two camps within industry, the National Bloc 306/ and the former Brüning Bloc, both gradually abandoned their attempts to unify the bourgeois parties. As we have demonstrated, the conflicts between the heavy and dynamic fractions of industry never disappeared, neither Papen nor Schleicher was able to transcend or subsume the divergences. Increasingly, however, and especially in the extra-governmental realm, it was heavy industry which set the political agenda for industry as a whole. Heading the agenda during most of 1932 was a project to tame or split the Nazi Party and, after attaching its chastened remainder to one or another of the bourgeois parties, to employ it as a primary support for a non-parliamentary regime that would not impede capital accumulation while securing its legitimacy through a program of rearmament and imperialist expansion. 112. Those who were initially not of the Weimar system would save those whose dominance the system had threatened. As noted earlier, Riesk had begun to despair of a bourgeois concentration as early as Christmas 1930 and was open to suggestions for off-the-record funding to creating one national right, out of the Stahlhelm, Hugenberg, Hitler, and cooperative members of the bourgeois right. 113. A primary function of unifying the Bürgerdom rightward would be to help the Einstab move away from its economic utopias. Gilsa thought that if that happened, as it had with the fascists very similar demands, which were then thrown overboard when Mussolini came to power and had to assume responsibility, the Einstab might also be made capable of governing. At that time he was in a minority, a year later that was no longer so. In October 1931, Karl Siemens, a prominent figure in the dynamic fraction of industry and former DDP supporter, told a New York gathering of industrialists and bankers that Germany's depressed state was the fault of socialists and an exaggerated parliamentarism, and that these were at the root of the success of the legal and electoral Hitler movement, which would continue to gain support from many. 114. The Einstab did indeed continue to win support from industry throughout 1932. Buoyed by its electoral victories, the party was able to command the increasingly exclusive attention of industrialists, particularly after the Papen regime floundered without a mass base, and Schleicher threatened to embark on dirigist experiments in cooperation with the labor unions. 115. The bourgeois parties that refused to engage seriously with the Einstab were simply cut off from their primary sources of funding. 116. The parliamentary republic weakened organized agriculture and the rural elite much more than it did industry. The labor-based bourgeois revolution of 1918 led to what the agrarians termed a schematic distribution of spheres of influence from which it was bound to lose. 117. Despite the privileged access it enjoyed within the executive apparatus, organized agriculture determined early on that it could never be adequately protected by the balance of forces a parliamentary system produced. Both Handelspolitik and Sozialpolitik would be stacked against agriculture. Opposition to the parliamentary state and a call for the strong man were inherent in the politics of the Green Front from the outset. We call for a unity front against our suffering and against the state. Agriculture expects the Führer of the German nation to take all the extra-parliamentary measures necessary for the salvation of agriculture. 118. Short-changed by the Labor/Export Industry Alliance, organized agriculture fought the Grand Coalition and appealed to others outside that coalition, the Mittelstand and heavy industry, to join its attack on parliamentarism. 119. Industry must take advantage of the position of power it still retains to wipe out social democracy. It can only accomplish that if it eliminates parliamentarism. For this purpose it must enter an alliance with agriculture and with German nationalism. 120. After 1930, German nationalism increasingly came to mean the Einstab, and the slogan Agrarpolitik and nationalism are Siamese twins achieved considerable currency. We have analyzed in some detail the weakening of the protection-based integration/dependence mechanism that linked peasants to estate owners and the subsequent movement of both family peasants and Junkers, separately and together, into the Nazi camp. 121. In their efforts to bring about a change of system, peasants and estate owners reinforced each other's radicalization, while the Nazis were able to bridge the differences between them. The appointment of the Papen government seemed to mark the policy and system change for which Landwirtschaft had clamored, and indeed Papen's system and policies earned high marks, but it quickly became apparent that the dynamic fraction of industry and salaried employees would not tolerate the import quota system which underlay Papen's autarkic Agrarpolitik. Consequently, Graf Kalkreuth, the radical head of the Agrarian League, refused the agriculture portfolio and, instead, steered organized agriculture immediately into the Hugenberg-Hitler alliance, which brought the latter to power. Finally, estate owners were prominent in the efforts that culminated in Hindenburg's appointment of Hitler. 122 Had it been the sole dominant class interested in anchoring itself in a middle stand-based Nazi mass movement, the rural elite would not have succeeded in its last-minute efforts. Any realization of the Sammlung it had in mind depended on industry. As long as Stresemann remained foreign minister and head of the DVP, and so long as the dynamic fraction remained predominant within industry, organized labor, through the Grand Coalition, provided the support base for the social dominance of industry. Much of industry had cause, as we have shown, to be very dissatisfied with this arrangement, but tolerated it for a number of reasons, domestic and international. Stresemann's death coincided with the changing economic conjuncture and the conclusion of reparations and negotiations. Almost immediately the bourgeois parties shifted to opposing the Grand Coalition and commenced looking for other bases of mass support. Within 2 months, the RDI published its Recovery or Collapse Memorandum and began its efforts to roll back organized labor's economic gains. If the bourgeois parties would no longer indulge the economic demands of white-collar groups like the DHV, and were unable to compromise with the protectionist demands of the rural sector and petite bourgeoisie, then what groups could provide a base of support? In October still, Riesk strongly urged the DVP to improve its contacts with the Stahlhelm lest it lose many supporters around the country if it does not revise the position it has taken. Riesk recalled that during the 1928 lockouts the Stahlhelm rendered comradely help which worked well defending employers against the unions and their organizing work, and it could in the future down the line and across the Reich struggle against the monopoly unions. 123 Several industrialists were made honorary members of the organization, which may or may not have served its intended purpose. 124 industrialists and the Stahlhelm cooperated closely in the Ruhr and Rhineland, and several industrialists continued their support through to the 1932 presidential election, in which they supported the Stahlhelm's candidate. The Nazis distinguished themselves in the 1930 elections, and by the time the assorted anti-republican groups met at Hartberg in October 1931, the Nazis had emerged at the head of the pack. Industrialists split over whether to favor the NSDAP or the non-party Stahlhelm, but they improved their contacts with both. 125. By early 1932 at the latest, the leading figures in the now decisive fraction of industry concluded that Nazi participation in or control of the government would provide the best way out of the political crisis while providing auspicious possibilities for a profitable economic recovery. Such a decision was, of course, primarily opportunist but did contribute money and legitimacy to Nazi electoral and popular successes. Conversely, however, electoral successes alone could not guarantee that the Nazis would come to power, and the support and legitimation offered by numerous industrialists, bankers, estate owners, and army officers around Hindenburg proved crucial to such an outcome. An exchange of letters between Schacht and Riesk was characteristic of this legitimation and collaboration. In March, Schacht proposed to Riesk and several others a plan to establish a bureau with and for the NSDAP to draft an economic program. Certain that the rightward movement in German politics proceeds irresistibly and that the Nazis were becoming its decisive force, Schacht advocated working out economic issues to the satisfaction of both business and the Nazi Party. Riesk responded that, after a productive 2-hour talk yesterday with Hitler here in Munich, he could fully and completely agree with your proposal and participate financially as well. Several weeks later, Schacht wrote asking for the money for the bureau, whose work had already begun. So far as possible, he wanted to assure that the policy conceptions emerging from the bureau be in harmony with those views represented from the National Socialist side by Hitler's 2 appointees to it. 126 It was part of the strength of the NSDAP that, until it took power and was compelled to make policy, it propagated a very dexterous and clever mixture of conservative capitalist and populist anti-capitalist positions. Compared to its generally pleasing military, diplomatic and racial positions, its economic platform remained ambiguous. One should not, therefore, assume that the industrialists' efforts at enlightenment were bound to bear fruit. The point is that they considered this the necessary and most promising avenue. 127 While the weakened dynamic export fraction of industry was still supporting Brüning against the onslaught of the agrarians and expending its political energies to combat Papen's autarky plans, efforts by representatives of heavy industry were vital to having the ban on the SS and SA lifted and to effecting a reconciliation among Papen, prelate Koss, military lead ERS, and a more responsible NSDAP. Some of industry's worries concerned the potential radicalism of some of the Nazi Party's leaders and their mass following, whereas other concerns were prompted by the party's commitment to state intervention and activism in matters of foreign trade, price setting, taxes, and industrial administration. 128 Nevertheless, in March 1932, Fritz Springorum, the treasurer of Heavy Industry's political fund, notified Krupp, Silverberg, Riesk, and Vogler that in Prussia a rightist government is possible only with the cooperation of the NSDAP. To obtain a state-responsible NSDAP, as well as to exclude its radicals, we must extend our active cooperation with the party. Strengthening Hugenberg's DNVP was a necessary detour in doing everything to engage the NSDAP in practical state responsibility. 129 The Nazis' demagogic populism remained an issue for industrialists in the second half of 1932. Despite the continued growth of support for them within the ranks of heavy industry, the Nazis still had to win elections. And this sometimes brought out their anti-capitalist side as well as the worries of their industrialist supporters. With a mixture of understanding and annoyance, von Gilsa assessed these factors in a long letter to Riesk of September 19, written during the crucial autumn election campaign. The National Socialists now consider it their trump also outwardly to appear and behave proletarian in order to affect the masses. Even highly respectable people like Epp and Göring, both of whom I know well, currently place a value on appearing in a manner as much as possible appropriate to proletarian sensibilities. It is a serious matter, that industrial leaders still at this very time stand up for the Nazis instead of saying clearly that they want to take part in the new course. An industrialist, whose name one was not told, said too much money has already been invested in the Nazis to be able to let them drop financially now. I hold similar thoughts and the hope that after all things one to be so serious with the Nazis for a major danger at this time. It might not be a smooth road, but it was the road taken. General industrial support for the Nazis grew throughout the summer and reached a crescendo in late autumn. The Langnamverein Convention of November 1932, for example, although initially planned to demonstrate support for Papen and his program, instead produced overwhelming support for the appointment of Hitler. 130 There were several reasons for this general swing. After continuous electoral gains, the Nazis suffered their first general electoral setback in November, and they and their supporters feared they might miss that tide in the affairs of men which comes but once. 131 Also, General Schleicher's government was not only building contacts with the Strasser wing of the NSDAP and with some of the dynamic export industries, IG Farben in particular, but Schleicher talked of nationalizing mining and steel and began dickering with the unions as well. Among the industrialists who supported him, Silverberg, Duisberg, Krupp, and Wolf backed Schleicher's attempt to build a base of popular support out of the trade unions ADGB, Christian and Nazi alike severed from their party ties. To this end, he held discussions with Lippard, Strasser, and Silverberg, and emphasized his determination to form a viable government without Hitler. 132 Schleicher drew for economic advice on several of those from the dynamic fraction of industry, such as Schmitz, Hamm, Warmbold, and Wolf, who had earlier supported Brüning most consistently, opposed most protectionist measures for heavy industry and agriculture, and even shown some sympathy for the state takeover and nationalization of bankrupt banks and industries. The visions that Schleicher evoked finally tipped the scales for Hitler, visions of some sort of dirigist, social general following reckless, inflationary policies 133 represented, on the one hand, by outsiders like his Minister for Work Creation, Gunther Jarach, and the former head of the Statistics Office, Ernst Wageman, and, on the other, by the consumption power proposals of the ADGB. 134 Finally, the chairman of the Catholic Zentrum, Prelate Koss, told Hindenburg in late November, there are 12 million Germans in the right opposition and 13.5 in the left, with the communists growing stronger daily. He feared the left could unify at any time and that it was going to be a long, bad winter. The Endstap must be brought now into a government of national concentration. 135 It is important to point out that although there were some active Nazi ideologues among the leading figures of industry, the important question is not how fascist was industry, nor how intimately involved were its leaders in the backstage events leading to Hitler's appointment. 136 The bourgeoisie saw no other way out of the crisis, it decided consciously in favor of the Nazis. The various middle strata, urban and rural, that the Nazis had attracted seemed to be the proper support classes for re-establishing a modified version of the pre-war Sammlung under the leadership of heavy industry. 137 These strata, including some salaried employees, were bearing a disproportionate share of the economic costs of the Depression, because the unions and SPD had succeeded, at least to a minimal extent, in protecting their employed industrial workers from the requisite cuts in wages and state welfare assistance. 138. Our primary question has been how and why the leading fractions of the dominant social classes came to see the Endstap as the most reliable or best available basis of support for continuing their own social dominance and for liquidating Weimar democracy. Basically, it seems that the economically disparate collection of urban petite bourgeoisie, peasantry, and some salaried employees which had been shortchanged in all the Weimar coalitions or blocs since 1924 had been reaggregated politically by the Nazi Party, and that the aggregation's demands were such that they could provide for the reconsolidation of German capitalism at a time of economic and political crisis. What the Weimar coalition of SPD, DDP, and Z had accomplished during and after the traumas of 1918-23 would now be accomplished by or through the Nazis. The SPD had changed the face of imperial German capitalism, perhaps even improved it, but certainly did not destroy it. Why should more now be expected or feared of the properly nationalistic Nazis? Clearly, the bourgeoisie itself and its parties were by 1932 even less able to bear the weight of the dominant social classes than they had been a decade earlier. To elicit consent, to reach an equilibrium with the subordinate classes, the interests of at least some of them had to be acceded to in some measure. 139 Whereas the interests of the SPD were clearly defined on a class basis, the daily interests of the organized working class, the very lack of an economic or class basis for the Endstap created the impression that its demands would be less costly to the accumulation process. The wage and social welfare policies of 1924 through 1929 integrated employed organized labor. 140 Conflicts moved from the factories and streets to the chancelleries and ministries, and labor's achievements bound the SPD to the system. This, in turn, had three dire consequences for the SPD and organized labor. First, the SPD's post-1930 policy of always supporting the lesser evil was no tactical blunder, it was at the core of a party whose raison d'etre depended on saving whatever was salvageable of the parliamentary system. 141 Second, the Union leadership was more firmly tied to the state mechanism than to the SPD, and its loyalties could be shifted to whomever or whatever promised to consider its material claims. Hence, the adhesion of the unions to the SPD would depend primarily on the political fate of the parliamentary republic. 142 Therefore, representatives of the dominant classes might reasonably expect that, once in power, the Nazis, too, would be able to elicit the support of substantial portions of organized labor. It was the Republican political framework which permitted the SPD to make organized labor such an impediment to the accumulation process. In a rather striking article appearing in a newsletter for industrialists but written by a closet Marxist, The political implications of this are made explicit. A bourgeois regime which is dependent on a liberal constitution must be much more than just parliamentary, it must use social democracy to support itself, and it must permit social democracy considerable and sufficient accomplishments. A bourgeois regime which wipes out THSE accomplishments must sacrifice both social democracy and parliamentarism. It must secure a replacement for social democracy and make a transition to a compulsion-based constitution. 143 If the NSDAP could reintegrate the Union membership now separated from the SPD through some kind of national corporatism, then social support for both the regime and the dominant classes would be extended considerably beyond the Nazis. 316 Initial middle stand base. Further, conflict among the dominant fractions would no longer need to be mediated by, or on the terrain of, a socialist-influenced legislature. 144 Here, finally, would be a stable political power capable of meeting both national and economic needs. The permanent state of political crisis caused, in part, by the Weimar Constitution itself could finally be terminated. 145 Those in power could lead without being immobilized by the particularistic demands of a host of parties and interests, and those whose primary interests lay in profitability and production could await real improvements. And most members of the dominant fractions were indeed concerned primarily with improving production and profitability within Germany and expanding markets abroad. This attitude was reflected in a statement made by the liberal DIHT several weeks after Hitler had assumed office and repressive decrees were issued. Because we are a chamber of commerce, we judge the government according to what it does and does not do in the area of economic policy. The RDI took much the same position, stressing internal quiet and social peace. It concluded that the position of industry toward the new government must depend on its economic policy measures. 146, Domestic and foreign. To paraphrase Arthur Rosenberg, we can say that the middle-class republic collapsed because its destiny had been entrusted to the mid-DLE classes, and, given a strong organized working class, the republic divided and weakened those middle classes rather than serving them. Fascism was not simply the outcome of this particular struggle between labor and capital or of any particular kind of equilibrium between the two. 147 It was also, as we have demonstrated, the outcome of the inability of fragmented dominant groups to organize and unify their interests. It was, then, also a product, in Gramsci's words, of the interplay of relations between the principal groups of the fundamental classes and the auxiliary forces directed by, or subjected to, their hegemonic influence. 148 Yet, in order to protect their social dominance, industrialists and estate owners exposed themselves to a potentially uncertain future. Of course, they were not without means to defuse Hitler's demagogic promises, but they certainly enjoyed much less influence than they had had among the primary bourgeois parties. The passage of the troops of many different parties under the banner of a single party was not without its dangers. The extraordinary political conditions Nazism created and the replacement of bourgeois civility and frock coats with tension and plebeian brown inspired some doubts. By and large, those bourgeois politicians who found all this distasteful simply shuffled off stage, but some politicians and prominent economic figures alike must have feared what might be undertaken by this scum of bourgeois society forming the holy phalanx of order. 149. In retrospect one can assert that they had good cause. Following Schacht's policies, the Nazis in cooperation with industrialists had by 1936 accomplished most of the tasks necessary to stabilize capitalism, the functional equivalent of the New Deal. Their middle stand or artisanal socialism had proven to be a washout virtually from the start. The Nazis were left with only their imperialist and racist platforms. They could not choose to increase consumption and return to peaceful capitalism because, without a place in the process of production, there would have been no future for them. Instead, through the mobilization for war, Nazi autonomy increased. 150 Again, the lack of a general class interest beyond their private and fractional interests prevented German capitalists from opposing this. Industrialists were reduced to competing for state orders, but they could tolerate such a situation because organized labor had been eliminated politically. 151 Between 1936 and the initiation of warfare, the fractions of industry were individualized, intra-capitalist competition was systematically encouraged. In general, the daily interests of individual entrepreneurs were restricted less than was the case under the New Deal, while at the same time the Nazis were considerably more independent of the social and economic elite than was Roosevelt. The extent of state control over the economy helped deprive German capitalists of their ability to resist Nazi pro. 318 Proposals. Many capitalists became so dependent on state contracts that they could not afford to withhold investments in order to express any opposition they might have felt. Rigid control of foreign exchange rendered capital flight very unlikely even if contemplated. Certainly, the dominant social classes and their leaders knew how to make the best of this situation, but, for these very reasons it would appear that the New Deal represented the historical interests of the dominant classes better than did National Socialism. 152 Having, however, chosen the road to serfdom, German capitalists proceeded to pave it with gold and blood.